And welcome to CNN's special coverage of Election Day in America. I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Erin Burnett. Vice President Kamala Harris delivering her concession speech after Donald Trump recaptured the office he lost 4 years ago. As of tonight, the now president-elect has 291 electoral votes. Harris 223. There are still states outstanding. And speaking from her alma mater, Howard University, Harris spoke about the election, addressing the concerns that many have about a second Trump term.
We must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power. In our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States.
We now know President Biden is expected to address the nation tomorrow. He also spoke with Trump earlier today to congratulate him and invite him to the White House, as is tradition. President-elect Trump is returning to Washington with the Senate that will again be controlled by Republicans. The GOP now have 52 seats, and there are several races that we have not yet called, including Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania as of right now. Democrat is leading in Arizona. Republicans are leading in Nevada and Pennsylvania. At this hour, Republicans are also hoping to keep control of the House. Right now, Republicans have 208 seats, Democrats 190. I want to start with Caitlin Collins and Kristen Holmes. We're live in West Palm Beach, Florida, for us right now. Let's talk about what's going on with the transition.
Yeah, Anderson, I mean, former President Trump has basically, now President-elect Trump, I should say, has basically been on the phone all day long with allies of his, with world leaders. I spoke to one person earlier who was talking to him who said during their conversation that they were talking about what Trump did in his first term and what he is expecting to do and hoping to do in his second term. Very clearly, he has already moved on from just the victory in and of itself and is talking, Kristen, about what he is going to do the next time around. But these calls that he's been getting from world leader after world leader, the congratulations started rolling in while we were still covering the race last night before it had even been called in his favor officially by CNN. It's notable because obviously Trump's foreign policy and what that's going to look like in a second Trump term is a major question for these world leaders who some of them have experience, like the French leader and the Israeli prime minister, with dealing with him when he's in office. But a lot of these world leaders have changed. It is going to be basically a whole new world for them in working with a President Trump compared to a President Biden.
Well, and all they've heard about is what it was like working with President Trump, and a lot of the times that is not necessarily a positive thing when he was on the world stage. Now, we do know that he has taken calls from some of the world's biggest leaders. President Xi called him today. Viktor Orban just said that he just spoke to him. We know that he has spoken to a number of these world leaders, and they're keeping very close track of how early people congratulated him, who exactly reached out, and who reached out when Donald Trump wasn't in power and tried to have conversations with them. Donald Trump, as we know, is someone who cares so much about loyalty and really just being respected. He believes that because he was a former president, should have had the same level of respect when he was out of office that he had when he was in office. Not all of the world leaders agreed with that stance. We saw a lot of them kind of come out against some of the things Donald Trump would say or do. Donald Trump is tracking all of that right now. Now, we also know that he has a short memory when it comes to Zelensky, for example, somebody who he spoke to today who congratulated him on his win, somebody who, after he met with him, despite the fact that he had been trashing him for months, said that he thought he could work out a deal with him. Yeah. Likely, I'm told, because Zelensky praised him for majority of the meeting the two had. This is going to be a pattern that we're going to see. How it plays out on the world stage, obviously the big question.
Well, and those are two crises that he's inheriting, which is what the war in Ukraine and how that's going to be resolved. We know the Biden administration is going to try to do as much as they can in these next 2 months before Trump officially takes office. We'll see what that actually looks like. But also in the Middle East, he spoke with the Saudi Crown Prince today. He also spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's a call that's notable because they had a massive falling out after President Biden won the White House. And Netanyahu was the first world leader to congratulate Biden on his win, which infuriated Donald Trump. He was using expletives against the Israeli prime minister. Obviously, they have since reconciled since he came here to Mar-a-Lago. But it just speaks to how much the dynamic has shifted and how much the world has changed in the 4 years he's been out of office.
Absolutely. One of the things Donald Trump has promised on the campaign trail over and over again is that he's going to end all of these crises overseas in 24 hours without actually offering any reasoning as to how or what he would do. Now, a lot of that is how Donald Trump speaks. You ask him, you follow up on a question. He says, well, why would I tell you now? I'll do it when I'm in office. He also has touted the fact that he has relationships with Bibi, with Putin, with Zelensky, obviously Zelensky being the most recent. How he actually handles this when he's in office remains to be seen. But one of the things that he has continued to talk about is how great he is at foreign policy, how he kept everybody out of wars. Now he actually won the presidency, and now he actually has to prove that the things that he has been promising can come to fruition.
Yeah, and it remains to be seen if I don't think he's spoken to Putin yet, and the Kremlin had said earlier Putin didn't feel the need to call and congratulate him. Obviously, we'll see if that changes. But just to speak to what Trump has been doing today, being on the phone constantly, having these constant meetings. I mean, he hasn't even posted on Truth Social today, which if you look at Trump's Truth Social, as we are required to do for work, I mean, that just speaks to the level of where he's putting his energy forth and what he's doing today. He's not really on social media at all. He's instead, dealing with a flurry of activity of something that 4 years ago was taken from him in such a powerful way to where he felt isolated and angry when he came back to this very place after leaving the White House. And now to be back here, as he's just had this victory and this political comeback that he is going to be making. It
is a completely different experience. I mean, when he left Washington, he left really in disgrace. After January 6th, he stormed out, as we talked about, the inauguration. He was one of the only presidents to not sit through the peaceful transition of power, peaceful transfer of power. He was secluded here in Mar-a-Lago, surrounded by really some of the only people who are still with him now, like Susie Wiles, who spent time with him over the last several years. But so many of these Republicans distanced themselves from him. We saw them putting out statements, not responding to his calls. We are in such a different place at this time around. I mean, I know Republicans who I've spoken to who have been trying to get him on the phone today, who cannot get a hold of him because he's taking so many calls. I know people who are trying to talk about positions they might want, or positions they might want for people that they're loyal to, who they believe have been loyal to the former president. He is in the probably best position for himself than he's been in for the last 4 years or plus since he left office.
Well, and obviously he is someone who, a lot of politicians do this. I'm not going to say it's just former President Trump, but to the degree of that he keeps track of who calls when and who is around him. I mean, you could see on that stage last night how the influences around him have changed in terms of the Susie Wileses, who was his campaign manager here, the Chris LaCivitas. Donald Trump Jr. has been obviously one of his most prominent children throughout this race compared to the last 8 years ago. Ivanka Trump certainly was holding that role. I mean, we have just seen such a change. And I think one thing that allies and detractors of his will acknowledge, his second term will be nothing like his first term was.
Absolutely. Well, he's going to have a completely different world of influence, as you said. I mean, these are people who, for better or for worse, have different ideas, who many of them have been planning on him winning and planning on what they want to do and how they want to influence government or the administration as a whole, or society. I mean, in terms of RFK, talking about the things he wants to do with various health departments. I mean, these are people who are planning for him to be in office. One of the things to remember is that a lot of the people who were around him in 2016, they actually didn't think that he was going to win. They put it all on the field, they ran the campaign, but when the results were coming in, they were shocked. That's why so much of the transition process, other than the fact that we know Donald Trump threw out what was in place, but so much of the transition process was a lot of chaos because the people that he kept in office were all over the place. These are people who have been planning for months for him to win and planning what they want out of this administration. It's a completely different scenario than what we saw before.
Yeah, and one they are now confronting head on. Kristen Holmes, thank you for that. Aaron, obviously a lot of activity that has been happening here in Palm Beach in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And, when you all were talking, Kristen saying that no one can even get on the phone with him because of all the people calling to jockey for jobs and the world leaders, just a sense of how that day has gone today. So different from the day that Kamala Harris has had. Abby Phillip and Jeff Zeleny have been at Howard University throughout the day in Washington. That's where Harris did come out and give her concession speech to a crowd of young people, many of whom were in tears, as she came out and spoke for just about 12 minutes or so. And you both were there watching that. And I understand, Jeff, there's still sort of conversations going on about the conversations between Biden and Harris and now Trump.
There are, Aaron. I mean, we do know that that President Biden had conversations with both Vice President Harris and former President Donald Trump this afternoon, and we expect the former president to accept the invitation from the current president to come to the White House for a meeting. But we are just receiving this statement from President Biden. Just a short word on it. He really speaks to the future of Vice President Harris. He says it was one of the best decisions he ever made by bringing her into the fold 4 years ago. But he said she will continue to have a stamp on the nation's future here. So really talks very glowingly about her. We know that he was watching her speech from the residence of the White House, we were told. But it was striking, as you were saying, Aaron. I mean, the emotion on the face of supporters was very clear here, even as there are so many questions inside the Democratic Party and finger-pointing that will continue in the coming days about President Biden's role in this, obviously, and the extraordinary set of circumstances that led to this 107-day campaign that ended in defeat.
In defeat, and such a shocking defeat to so many. I mean, Abby, as you were sitting there, I mean, there was so much of the speech, and I'm sure being there in the moment, you have a unique perspective on it. There was one part, though, that I just wanted to play. Here it is.
My heart is full today. My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting.
Abby, I mean, there's no answer to this right now, but from all of your sources, people you're talking to, what do you think is next for Vice President Harris?
You know, I think, Aaron, that is very unclear. And the way that it's been described to me is that this was a speech that left her options open for what might come next, whatever she wants that to be. I mean, obviously, when she leaves this office, she'll be a private citizen again. She'll be a former vice president, but a private citizen. And she'll do what a lot of formers in those offices do. They exert influence on the party. They have, projects on the side. Perhaps she might write another book. But the question of who is going to lead the Democratic Party into the future, it's not settled. It's not settled. I mean, Joe Biden's statement put the thumb on the scale in a way for Harris, and I think in a way they feel like they owe that to each other. She gave him an enormous amount of loyalty, and Biden is showing that back. But this is a Democratic Party that is going to be looking for where the ideological center is going to be for them next, and it's not a reflection of Vice President Harris's qualifications, of her experience, of her ability to do the job. It's going to be much more about which candidate can capture the mood of the country in an era that has been dominated by Trumpism, where almost the entire country shifted to the right in this last election. Who is going to be the person who can speak to that? And Aaron, I think if there's one thing about the speech today, she did not really address that part of it. She addressed the part that I think motivates her, which is to protect American democracy from Donald Trump, who she viewed as a threat. But there is a whole half of the country that they say, most of them, that their top issue was the economy, their top issue was immigration, and the Democratic Party is in a soul-searching mode right now for how to answer those questions and who is the best messenger to answer those questions.
Pretty incredible. You know, you go into a moment like this and you come out literally with such a void, even as they do have such a deep bench. I mean, it's just an incredible moment in history. Hard, I think, for anyone to truly realize what it means or to have it sink in, but that is what we're all going through together. Abby, Jeff, thank you very much at Harris headquarters there at Howard University. Anderson.
Yeah, Aaron, I want to go back to John King at the Magic Wall right now. John, the president-elect has won a decisive victory, doing better than he did in 2020. Can you just take a look, show us kind of the lay of the land of that victory?
Sure, we'll walk through it, Anderson. This is why the president-elect is now saying that, unlike 2016, maybe, that he believes he has a clear mandate. His team is saying he should get a honeymoon. He should get at least some of his big agenda items. We still don't know if he's going to have a Republican or a Democratic House. He will have a Republican Senate. But just before you start, just look at all the red. I don't need to say anything. You just look at all that red on the map, and it's pretty overwhelming. And you look over here. At the moment, there are some Democrats who think California and New York are going to be counting votes for a couple of weeks even. Some Democrats who think there's a remote possibility Harris catches up in the popular vote. I think that's unlikely, but it could narrow significantly. 4.8 million, though, advantage now for Donald Trump in the popular vote. Remember, Anderson, even when he won in 2016, he lost the popular vote. So that's a trophy. He's over 50% at the moment. Let's see if he stays there. He's at 50.9. But if you just look at the sweep, it was the blue wall that made him president in 2016. Joe Biden flipped it back. Donald Trump has it again. North Carolina was a battleground state Trump has held repeatedly. Democrats thought they could get it. He held it. Georgia was a state that Biden flipped in 2020. So was Arizona. Not called yet out there, but it looks likely for Trump. Nevada, a state even Hillary Clinton won in 2016 and Biden won in 2020. So if you look at the scope of the victory from a battleground state perspective, it is overwhelming. And I just want you to look at this. This is every county in America. These are the results you're looking at right now. And a lot of Democrats, this is a problem for the Democratic Party. A lot of the Democrats look at all this out here in rural America and the prairies, and they say, oh, nobody lives there. Those are the flyover states. Those are hardworking Americans. And they vote overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. And Democrats are going to have a conversation about this. But look at this. This is Trump overperforming by county 2020. Overperforming by county. Look at all those counties that are lit up. Yes, some of them are blue. Harris won those counties, but Trump increased his performance by a little bit in those. 3,897 of the 4,600 counties and townships. So that's almost everywhere. That's boosted over 2020 to 2024. Now let's look at it from this perspective. This is overperforming by 3% or more. So this is overperforming by a significant margin. And if you look at this, it's nearly 1,175 of those 4,600 counties and townships. So if you're Trump, you're looking at this and you're saying, a lot of it's in red rural America, but look, that's Nevada. That's a swing state. That's Arizona. It's a swing state. Look at all these counties in Georgia. I'll bring that one up. The counties in Georgia where he overperformed by 3% or more in 2020. So if you're the Republicans, a lot of Republicans still don't love Donald Trump. They can't argue with his political power and the strength of his base out there. And if you're a Democrat, Anderson, as you look at this map, whether you're looking at it from a county perspective like this, or whether you just come back to the full perspective like this, that's a lot of hurt if you're a Democrat, and that means a lot of soul searching.
John, do you still have on the Magic Wall the map of the places where Vice President Harris overperformed or did not overperform?
No, we can do that. Let's bring in the counties here and bring this out. And then you bring this out here, and you look at Harris overperforming. Oh, this is Harris overperforming 2020 by just, this could be just a little bit. And you see she did in 613 of those 4,600 counties, she overperformed at least by a little bit. But here's where you bring in here, and you look at, I don't have the 5% anymore. Sorry, we took that one off for this purpose. But she did overperform a little bit in a modest amount of counties. But when you put the 3% or the 5% test to it, that's when this goes blank. And again, that's a challenge for the Democrats. That will be one of the big conversations, Anderson, about not only Donald Trump made inroads with black voters, inroads with Latino voters, a little bit of inroads in the suburbs. Democrats are going to have a big conversation about their own turnout operation and why it looks at the moment, we're not done yet, but it does look at the moment that turnout in 2024 is likely to be down a little bit from 2020. And that was the pandemic year. It was easier to vote in many ways, but there are going to be a lot of conversations in both parties about what happened. And for Democrats, it's an autopsy. For Republicans, it's a celebration, and they try to build.
Yeah. John King, thanks very much. I want to bring back my panel. We just got a Trump campaign statement, Jamie, that I want to read. It says, President Joe Biden called President Donald J. Trump to congratulate him on his victory and extended an invitation to the White House to ensure a smooth transition between the current administration and the incoming administration. President Trump looks forward to the meeting, which will take place shortly, and very much appreciated the call. Interesting that Trump is accepting Biden's invitation.
Yeah, especially since he didn't show up for the inauguration of, look, he clearly is anxious to get back in, and at least for the moment, he's following a norm.
It's a lot easier to return as the victor than it is.
Yes, yes. And also what we're seeing is very quickly, even though there seems to be some question about why they haven't signed the transition forms to allow that to go ahead, we're seeing CNN, on CNN.com right now, you'll see reporting from Kristen Holmes and Caitlin about everybody's name who's being floated for different positions, from Secretary of State to Defense. So you're seeing that jockeying going on. I just want to make, including, by the way, Elon Musk, who wants to be in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency, which would be interesting, RFK in health. But it looks as if in the Senate, the Republicans have enough power to get people through who normally would not get through.
And again, we've mentioned this before, RFK Jr., this was a lot of Republicans were saying, well, look, he couldn't, don't worry about it. He's not going to be head of a department because he wouldn't pass confirmation.
Maybe he will.
Yeah.
Right.
Instead, we also heard from earlier reporting that among the transition team, they've been meeting with John McEntee, who's a leader of the Project 2025. That's something, obviously, of the hiring part of that. They've already vetted for loyalty a lot of potential people who could work in a Trump administration. That was something that that Vice President Harris talked about a lot during the campaign. Yeah. They brought it up a lot, particularly at the convention. They brought out that book. Clearly, it didn't have, it wasn't a message that resonated. And it seems like, at least for hiring people, that they are talking to this. I mean, John McEntee is involved in this.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a concerted effort by some parts of the conservative Trumpian ecosystem over the last couple of years. There was a thought among them that last time they came in unprepared and were relying on Washington and insiders to fill those positions. And this time they were going to have people that they already knew had passed an ideological loyalty test. And even more so, they have rallied their base around the idea that bureaucracy is an obstacle for making Donald Trump's kind of political vision happen, and that he should actually have power over that to control it. And so this is an intentional and concerted effort that I think speaks to the reason why this Project 2025 leaders are in the kind of room for personnel. And I also think, I spend a lot of time on the voter front, and I think there's been a little bit of a failure of imagination, even among some voters, about what Donald Trump is promising this time around. So much so that I don't know if we can see this landscape as universal and as sweeping as the rejection of Democrats was, as an endorsement of that laundry list of policy issues. I think it was an endorsement for change. I think it was a rejection of the status quo. But I was talking to an undecided woman today who voted for Trump in Michigan. And we were asking why you kind of pulled that lever. And she was saying, well, I just didn't think that all of the scary stuff they were saying was going to happen. And I said, why? And her answer was really just, we have a Democratic governor here. So what else could, it can't be all that bad. And so that kind of projection of Trump as inherently moderated by the system checks and balances is one I've heard a lot of voters say. But I would also say it's not clear that those norms hold. And so it can be, I think, for voters, a failure to believe Trump at his word. Mm-hmm. And I think this time around, you should take him at such.
I've heard that so much from friends and from sources that they just don't believe what he is actually saying. And I think one of the things that he accomplished so much in the last 4 years was desensitizing Americans to the crazy things that he said. It almost became the norm so that you just tuned out when you heard the crazy things. And obviously those did not resonate with the voters. And it makes you wonder about all the attention that the Harris campaign put into talking about the threat to democracy. And over the last couple of weeks, we were saying, well, they must have internal information that is saying that that's working with the voters. But now you have to wonder, because we don't know what Donald Trump's going to do. Yeah. I mean, he says he's not going to do a full-scale abortion ban, but we don't know that. If he has Congress, could happen. We don't know exactly what he's going to do about his enemies list. We don't know what he's going to do about Project. He tried to take himself completely away from Project 2025, but we don't know what he's going to do. The only thing I would say is I take him by his word for some of the things that he's promised.
And it wasn't just a pitch on democracy. It was one that was specifically targeted to moderate Republicans. And I think that's an important point. It's not as if they were going at disaffected folks or folks who don't participate in political systems, those low propensity voters, and saying, hey, this is how we'll fix the political system. They were making it pitch to more centrist conservatives. And I think there's some evidence here that the type of folks who are most motivated by the Liz Cheneys of the world have already become Democrats over the last several years. They did not win the persuasion battle. This is not just a turnout question. It's not like this is a collapse in places like we kind of saw in 2016. In a lot of states, they got the makeup of the electorate they wanted. But the people who showed up to the polls just pulled the lever for Donald Trump.
Just quickly about norms, it's not as if Donald Trump doesn't have a track record of breaking norms. Our government depends on the goodwill of men and women. January 6th was an example. The fact that voters chose to ignore his history, I think we will see that he will push the envelope when he gets back into office.
Our special coverage continues in just a moment. For the first time in 4 years, Republicans will be in charge of the Senate, but just how much of a majority they will have, we'll look at that. Manu Raju is next. Welcome back. Republicans are ousting Democrats in several key races to secure the majority in the Senate, and there are still several races to be called. I want to go to Manu Raju for that. What are you saying?
Yeah, right now, Republicans will have at least a 52-48 Senate because they've picked up 3 seats in red states. That includes in Ohio and in Montana and West Virginia. But that majority could very well grow. And let's look at why. In one race and in Pennsylvania, where the 3-term incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, he is on the ropes. He is down 27,000 votes against Republican businessman Dave McCormick. McCormick led a major hedge fund. He spent some of the millions of his own dollars in this race, but he is now ahead with a 48.9% to 48.5%. And look, 97% of the vote is in. Republicans feel very good about adding another seat to their majority. And that's not the only one. Also in Nevada, this was a big surprise. In fact, at the beginning, headed into Tuesday, Sam Brown, the Republican candidate there, an Army veteran, was seen as a bit of an underdog. But he is ahead in this race by 3,800 votes against the incumbent first-term Senator Democrat Jackie Rosen. 3,800 votes, 47.4% to 47.1%. 89% of the vote in, still more to go. But I've talked to Republicans and Democrats who believe this is going to come down to the slimmest of margins. There is another race, a purple state that we have not called, in Arizona, a state in which the Democratic candidate Ruben Gallego running ahead of the top of his ticket. He's beating Kerry Lake, the Republican challenger, someone who ran unsuccessfully for governor 2 years ago. He's beating Kerry Lake by 59,000 votes with 63% in. So there's still some more votes to count in Arizona, but Democrats feel good about keeping that seat. But, there's some questions here, Aaron, about why it matters, because the Republicans already have a majority, 52-48. What's the difference between 53-47 or 54-46? Well, there is a significant difference. It would give more of a buffer to incoming President Trump's agenda. It would allow him to confirm nominees, particularly to the Supreme Court, even easier if he loses some races. And perhaps most significantly, the minority party would have a harder time digging out of the minority in the successive midterm election and the 2026, 2028 elections and the like. So every seat so significant here, Aaron, which is why we're looking at these very closely. Republicans could have a 52-48 Senate, but it could be as high as 54-46. Huge news here today.
It is huge news. All right, Manu, thank you. So here with our political commentators. All right, so let me start with you, Anna. So what happens as Manu goes through this if the GOP ends up controlling all 3 branches of power when we talk about the House, the Senate, and the White House? Right? We obviously have not called the House, but Manu was laying all that out. What happens in that scenario?
That Donald Trump has a mandate and he can get his agenda through. I would say to Republicans, be careful what you wish for, because you just may get it. It also means that he can have, and by the way, I would also argue that he has the Supreme Court.
Right.
So
I know.
not
I
only does
purposely
he have
didn't mention that, but
not only does
point,
he,
yes.
which has given him immunity, right? He's going to have. It means that he has more leeway on who he appoints and picks for his cabinet, right? So maybe if he had a 50-50 Senate, a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. would not be a possibility, because maybe, just maybe, there'd be one Republican who would not want an anti-vaxxer with a worm in his head to be in charge of health. But if he's got 54, he's got much more leeway. He's got much more leeway to appoint a General Flynn if he wants to. He's got much more leeway to appoint the people that he knows will be 100% loyal to him and who have been there with him.
And Michael, he said he wants individuals like certainly RFK Jr., right? He has said he wants.
This was a mandate, and he has the leeway to do what people expect him to do as it pertains to economic dislocation. There's a lot of economic anxiety out there, and the American people have two simple questions for President-elect and the Republican Party. What's going to be the solution to figuring out a way to lower cost and making sure that hardworking, working-class people, particularly men who work with their hands, who have seen a lot of those jobs dissipate over time, return back to them? And number two, how do you address the immigration issue? There are a lot of communities that have seen an influx of people coming in and very limited resources being spread to those people and not to them. And that has caused a lot of division from Chicago to New York. These are Democratic strongholds. So we as a party have to figure out a way to address those answers. That's the mandate.
Can I say something to Anna's point? I agree. I think he does have a mandate, and that's how he should read it, and that's how the Republicans should read it. Something that's been on my mind for several months. There was an article in the New York Times in June that said resistance to new Trump administration already forming. And it was this long article about all these groups that were already out there. At that time, they thought he was going to beat Biden, but already planning to try to tie up the administration in court. You've had Jamie Raskin out there already saying, we got to try to tie him up, maybe even before he's sworn in. Today, Sheldon Whitehouse and the Senate put out a press release saying we're going to focus not on progress, but on containing Donald Trump. My political advice to all these people is, please pick up the election results today and see what happened. The American people want this president and his administration and his party to make progress on the things they promised to do. This is exactly what happened last time. They were plotting to impeach him before he ever took office back in 2016. Let us not have a replay of this. Can we just have a couple of years of peace for the Republicans and President Trump to do what they promised to do, because the American people clearly are asking for it.
But Scott, I have to tell you, that's really rich, though, from a party and from Trump, who for 4 years never even acknowledged that Joe Biden had won the election.
Yeah, also from... He still hasn't, except for when he said to Joe Rogan by accident.
But also from your mentor, Mitch McConnell, when Barack Obama was elected with a 60-person majority in the Senate, which would have overridden a filibuster, said he was not going to do anything to allow him to get another term or to make any progress. So let's call a spade for a spade. People are elected to represent a constituency. If you're a Democrat right now and your constituency has sent you back in this election, you have a responsibility to them also. And it is not to allow Donald Trump to get away with everything he wants to get away with. That is our democracy. People are allowed to take positions. That is the difference between a dictatorship and a democracy. That's what we've been fighting.
I agree that they have constituents, but there is a difference in responding to your constituents and working overtime to try to prevent the duly elected government from doing anything.
Obama nominate a Supreme Court justice. It is so duplicitous, I feel like. I respect you, Scott, and you're my friend, but please do not sit here and say that Republicans, when Democrats are elected, just roll over and you all are struggling.
My advice is, if you all go down this road and try to stop this government, which just won a mandate, from doing anything, you will again pay the price in election after election. The American people are asking for progress. Do not tie this man up. Give this person a chance to lead.
I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure that if and we'll see it, right? We've got elections again in 2 years, and Donald Trump most likely will have a House and a Senate. So he will be able to impose the tariffs he wants. He will be able to pass the deportation programs he wants. He will be able to do the things that he has promised to do. We'll see if all of those things get done, if there isn't some reshifting in 2 years, if people applaud those things getting done, because as you know, in the minority, there's only so much the Democrats will be able to do. They can talk about tying things up, but they really won't be able to.
We haven't. Okay, you all haven't touched on this one. I mean, you're on the edges of it, but there is also the conversation out there, and people who are very angry who are saying, "Well, this is proof of." Okay, and you can go to other networks to hear this in quite strident terms of the racism, bigotry, anti-whatever-ists in American society that we're in this situation. But I just want to play what Charlemagne said about it. Charlemagne supported Harris. Charlemagne came out and addressed this directly today, and I thought it was interesting how he addressed it. I want to play it.
I don't think it's fair to just chalk up, Trump winning to racism, sexism, homophobia, anti-Semitism. Yes, he tapped into all of the worst things America has ever had to offer. And there are a lot of people who agree with his rhetoric and voted for him because of those reasons. But I truly believe most people voted for him because they want more money in their pocket and they want to feel safe.
That's a good point. I've seen so many people say, well, half of white women who voted for Donald Trump, they did what they always do. Why would any white woman want to vote for a Democrat going forward?
Well, there's a lot of offensive stuff supporting the patriarchy and all that. Again, I say you can go to another network.
Right, and then they go after Latino men and black men and say, oh, there's a lot of misogyny with black men. They don't want to really support a black woman, as if there aren't other reasons, legitimate reasons, for people to vote for and support Donald Trump. Just as Charlemagne said, there are reasons, Aaron, people made the decision. You know what? We tried Joe Biden and Vice President Harris for 3.5 years. We don't like the results. Yep. We're going to take a shot with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump has an opportunity to provide some real solutions to those voters.
I don't speak in absolutes. I think that misogyny exists. I think sexism exists. And I think people want more money in their pockets. Multiple things can be true at one time. When you're an adult, you realize that. So I don't think anyone is saying that the only reason why Kamala Harris is lost this election is because of misogyny and racism. But I think it would be putting blinders on to not think it exists. I just think it would. Like, she couldn't be a 34 convicted felon and even get on the top of a ticket if she was. You couldn't either, show Michael, to be honest.
Yeah, but I don't think that's even just because she's a black woman. I think George W. Bush probably couldn't have gone through some of the things Trump has gone through and would be elected president twice.
Mark, but
I'm not necessarily certain if you can say just because she's a woman and a woman of color only. I don't think most politicians would be able to do what Donald Trump has been able to do. He's just very unique in that regard.
Look, I absolutely agree with you that Donald Trump gets measured by a completely different stick than any normal human being. But when that human being is also a woman and is also a black woman, a woman of color, I think there are added aspects that you can't deny.
No, I'm not.
I just hit pause. I hit pause because we're going to come back. I know, but it is fascinating. And the whole way of, I think it's the heart of what everyone's talking about. All right, our special election night coverage continues in just a moment. Next, we're going to speak to a close Trump ally, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. What does she know about what Trump's doing right this moment? We'll be back. President-elect Donald Trump tonight on the phone pretty much all day. Our Kristen Holmes reporting that no one could even get through to him as he was just taking calls from people who want jobs, from world leaders. That was his entire day on the phone after a decisive victory. The Republican governor of South Dakota, Kristi Noem, joins me now live. She was with President-elect Trump last night as the election results were coming in. And Governor, I appreciate your time. Last night there was a time yesterday he had no idea how this would go. And of course, it has gone in a definitive way in his favor. He has won. Have you had a chance to talk to him today? And we talk about him being on the phone all day. What was his focus today?
I did. I chatted with him for a few minutes, congratulated him again for doing so well, and he was right to work. He was visiting with other world leaders, talking to folks about what this transition would look like, and making a list of things that he wanted to get done as soon as he got back into the White House, and what the American people told him was important yesterday. When these election results came in, they clearly said they want a secure border, they want their streets to be safe, they want to raise their families with more money in their pockets, and President Trump heard them loud and clear. He's anxious to get to work.
All right. So, look, they voted loud and clear for him. That is true. Of course, there are nearly 67 million people who did not cast that vote. And many of them have a fear that President Trump will revert to some of the rhetoric that we have heard from him in recent days. So last night, as you know, Governor, he came out, he said he wanted to fight for every American. Those are words people want to hear. But they are in a stark contrast to some of what we have heard from him these final days of the election, like this.
You know, she's a very low IQ person.
She's a communist.
She's a radical left lunatic. We have an enemy from within. We have some very bad people. And those people are also very dangerous. They would like to take down our country. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
So, Governor, why now should the nearly 70 million Americans who voted for someone other than Trump, most of them voted for Harris, why should they think that he will not treat people the way he says that he would treat them? Why should they think he will not follow through on those promises?
Well, President Trump clearly gave a message last night of unifying this country and fighting for every single American. And I know that the American people overwhelmingly last night, they voted for a president that wants to get things done to make their lives easier. And they found Kamala Harris far too extreme, that she had radical ideas on social policy, on tax policy. She wanted to mandate decisions in their lives. And the American people said no. They're looking forward to someone who takes a different path than what we've seen these last 4 years. And that's President Trump. They know what he did the last time he was in the White House, and they trusted him to put him right back there again and make sure that he took care of this country.
They absolutely did. And I know you probably haven't talked to him about, specific things like this, but when he talks about radical left lunatics could be handled by, if necessary, the National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military, do you believe that that really is rhetoric?
You know, President Trump is focused on dangerous people. Today, when I was visiting with him, he's focused on making this country safer. We live in a very unstable time on the world stage. He is now the leader of the free world, and he recognizes that every word he says tips that balance of power, and he is working to strengthen America. He also recognizes a lot of families during this campaign came to him and told him tragic stories of losing loved ones because of illegal immigrants that came in that were rapists or murderers or terrorists that are dangerous to this country. And he is focused on making their communities more safe. And he really, truly wants to turn this economy around. He recognizes that so many families right now just aren't able to go after the jobs that they want. They aren't able to afford to take a vacation with their family. Energy prices have gone through the roof, and he knows exactly what he needs to do to help every single individual in this country.
All right. Well, Governor Kristi Noem, I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And next, much more of our special election coverage. We're going to go back to the White House for the latest reaction there after the vice president's concession speech and about the upcoming transition.
And welcome back to our special coverage. Election night in America continued with the Trump transition now in full swing. We want to go back to the White House and Kayla Tausche for the latest there. So, Kayla, President Biden released a statement tonight saying choosing Kamala Harris as his vice president was, quote, the best decision he made. What more have you heard about how their relationship is tonight?
Well, Anderson, we know that that call was cordial, it was complimentary, but it is no secret among aides that the relationship between the two has been relatively fraught in recent months, as Harris has tried to establish some distance between her and an unpopular incumbent whose lack of popularity ended up costing her the election in the views of many aides. So there's certainly been some friction between the two of them, as Biden, who believes that he's done a good job as president, believes that he deserves more of the credit, and that where they had successes that she shouldn't have been taking the credit. And certainly there is a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking among aides in Biden world. They believe that perhaps she was a flawed candidate, perhaps that Biden, with his long won favorability among the white working class coalition, maybe he perhaps could have pulled out the blue wall if he remained the candidate. There's also some finger pointing at former President Barack Obama, House Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, who at different times urged Biden to step aside in favor of other candidates. But then there's also just this reckoning over the president's deep unpopularity, and perhaps they just didn't truly grasp how the electorate was truly feeling about his agenda.
The Trump team released a statement saying that the president-elect was looking forward to meeting with President Biden. Do you have any reporting on when that might actually happen?
Well, we know that the statement said that the meeting would take place shortly and that the teams are working to put it on the books. It's something that didn't happen back in 2020 when President Biden won election and former President Trump was the outgoing incumbent at the time. So certainly the teams are working to put that together. And of course, we'll let you know as soon as we have more details on when exactly that lands, Anderson.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, the president is expected to speak. Do you know where that's going to take place, what message he wants to convey?
Well, most of these messages he's delivered from the White House, certainly the addresses of the most consequence he's delivered from the Oval Office. And we're still waiting for a location for this address to be nailed down. But we expect it to be one of reflection, but one with very high level messaging. President Biden ran on a platform to restore the soul of the nation. He saw himself 4 years ago as the great unifier of the country who could bridge the gap across the aisle. But of course, what we've seen in just recent weeks is that the deep divisions in this country still remain. So we expect him to give a nod to that, while also giving nod to the power of democracy, peaceful transitions of power, which, of course, Vice President Harris said in her call with former President Trump that she expects there to be this time around. Anderson.
Kayla Tausche at the White House, thanks very much. Up next, our special election coverage continues with more on President-elect Trump's plans for his transition back into power.
All right, and good evening. The next chapter begins after Donald J. Trump decisively becomes the president-elect again. This is CNN's special coverage of election night in America continued.
At this hour, Republicans have now gained control of the White House, the Senate, with only the House still in flux. President Biden spoke with President-elect Trump this afternoon. He's planning to address the nation tomorrow, and earlier this evening, Vice President Harris spoke to supporters in Washington.
You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice, and the future that we all know we can build together.
A lot to get to, starting with CNN's Priscilla Alvarez, who is covering the vice president. I just want to play another portion of what the vice president said tonight.
I am so proud of the race we ran, and the way we ran it, over the 107 days of this campaign. We have been intentional about building community and building coalitions.
Priscilla, obviously this was a historically short campaign. What are you hearing from staffers on the campaign tonight about what happened?
Well, sources I've been speaking with since her remarks tell me that they thought it was, quote, pitch perfect, but also, Anderson, many have told me that it was also heartbreaking. This was a campaign that, yes, was truncated, but also in the final hours of the election, there was a sense of optimism and confidence about where the race was headed. And then hours into the night, it became clear that the vice president did not have the support that they believed they had. And that is what they have been contending with over the course of the day. Anderson, a lot of people just going dark over the course of the day and then resurfacing and just describing the gut punch that they feel that the vice president has lost. And part of this also includes finger pointing. Of course, there were strategies that were deployed by the Harris campaign that included, for example, trying to reach those disaffected Republicans that they thought were fatigued by former President Donald Trump, and trying to bring them over to their side. And in some of the counties where they tried to do that, with the vice president and her vice presidential nominee going to those counties, they still overwhelmingly voted for former President Donald Trump. There was also an argument that there was not enough done to lock in their base and their coalition. But the vice president, in her remarks this afternoon, tried to strike the balance between gratitude, and there was a somber tone to that, but also trying to be uplifting. What became clear, and what the vice president intentionally wanted to do with these remarks, was to tell supporters to respect the outcome of this election. She said, quote, they must accept the results of this election. And then she committed to what she called a peaceful transfer of power. Of course, something that President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris were not afforded when former President Donald Trump left the White House back in 2021. But certainly the vice president here trying to chart a way forward and asking her supporters to continue the fight that she talked about repeatedly on the campaign trail, for example, on reproductive freedom. So we'll see where this goes from here and how the vice president continues the fight that she was talking about over the course of those brief remarks at her alma mater of Howard University today. But there is no doubt, Anderson, that several hours in now, the campaign is still grappling with this loss and trying to sort what happened. I will say, though, senior campaign officials really also telling their own staff in emails and in calls that they put everything out on the table, and they do feel as though they did try their best effort. It just did not lead to a victory that they believed could be possible just 24 hours ago.
Priscilla Alvarez, thanks very much. I want to go to CNN's Caitlin Collins and Kristen Holmes near Mar-a-Lago. Caitlin, President Biden and President-elect Trump, so they are set to meet pretty soon, a transition meeting that did not happen, obviously, in 2020. It's fascinating, the different mindset, obviously, that the former president now has on this.
Yeah, fascinating, but not exactly surprising, Anderson. It's a meeting that was supposed to happen 4 years ago, and of course now is expected to happen this time, but with the reversals of the fortunes. Instead of Biden being the incoming president, Trump will be the incoming president. But we are hearing from Trump's team he has accepted the offer that was extended by President Biden during that phone call today to have the two of them meet. We are told it will happen in short order. Obviously, we'll be watching that closely if Donald Trump does go to Washington to meet with him. We don't exactly see, envision President Biden coming down to Palm Beach to do the reverse. But that moment in and of itself just speaks to the way the dynamics have shifted 4 years later. And Kristen, looking at this, if Trump does go to Washington to meet with Biden at the White House, one, it's a moment we did not see in 2020. I was there that day of Biden's inauguration, and Trump instead got on Marine One, then Air Force One, and flew here to Palm Beach and lived a very different life, obviously. But having that meeting happening in Washington, where when Trump does go back there in January when he is inaugurated, it is going to be so different than when he entered in 2016 or even when he left in 2020 in terms of the balance of power, especially in the Senate. I mean, you look at the Republicans in the Senate right now, it is such a different world than it was before in terms of either being obstacles, as the White House often saw them, or as guardrails and stabilizing forces, as critics of the White House saw them.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about this for the last 6 years, but I think it has never been more true than in this moment that the Republican Party is Trump's party. And when he shows up in January of 2025, he will be essentially going to a homecoming. And he will have control of the House, he will have control of the Senate, and he will be in the White House. And the real thing to focus on is what we were talking about, which it comes down to the Senate. I mean, he still did not have support of so many senators when he entered Washington in 2017. Marco Rubio, for example. I mean, that was someone who was one of his biggest critics. They had run against each other. Now Marco Rubio is looking at positions like Secretary of State. He's going to be serving in the administration. Now the people who are actually in the Senate, Bernie Moreno, who was just elected, that was a hand-picked candidate by Donald Trump and his allies. This is a very different makeup of Washington and of the Republican Party. You've really seen the full transformation with this election. We've been saying it again for the last 6 years, but the big question was Donald Trump actually going to be reelected to the White House? He was. On top of that, were his allies going to be put into the Senate? Remember 2022? Almost none, except for Ted Budd, none of his endorsed candidates actually made it into the White House. Dr. Oz, for example, in Pennsylvania. That is not what we saw this time around.
Yeah,
he is going to have a Senate that is full of people who are Trump allies.
And also with the way it looks like the House is going, that Republicans are poised to keep the majority. We'll see how these races bear out. It's still not clear how much of a majority they would have if it goes as expected. But, I mean, we've seen with Mike Johnson, he has stuck very close by Donald Trump. Trump saved him many times when people like Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to move to oust him. Trump stood by him and supported him. And we've seen that dynamic playing out with that last-minute flight by Mike Johnson to Palm Beach last night, so he could be on stage with Donald Trump when he delivered that victory speech, at 2 o'clock in the morning.
There's almost no one in Washington who owes more to Donald Trump than Mike Johnson. I mean, Mike Johnson's speakership would have been over by now if Donald Trump hadn't stepped in. I mean, the amount of times he has been brought to the table, that has essentially stopped. And the reason it stopped is because Donald Trump and his allies told Marjorie Taylor Greene, let's knock it off.
Yeah.
I'm clearly standing by him. Marjorie Taylor Greene obviously being another very rabid Trump loyalist and supporter. Mike Johnson owes a lot to Donald Trump, and his career is on the line, and he has clearly tried to show that loyalty back to the former president, and likely going to continue.
Yeah, and Aaron, it just speaks to the level of power that Donald Trump will be coming into office with. And I think that's something for people to realize, is that he will have a very different Senate makeup when it even comes to his own Republican Party on the Senate. Obviously, as Kristen noted, House Speaker Mike Johnson, House Republicans, but also, a different level of power. He's the first time entering office with the Supreme Court decision on immunity. It is going to be a reshaped presidency for Donald Trump when he returns to Washington in January.
Yep. All right. Thank you very much, Caitlin and Kristen. And let's go now to Manu Raju, because on this issue of the balance of power, he's got another projection.
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. In the race for control of the United States House, CNN can now project the Democrats will hold a seat in a closely watched district in central Virginia, the 7th Congressional District. Eugene Vindman, the Democrat, defeating the Republican Derek Anderson in that closely watched race. Vindman, a former legal advisor in the National Security Council, whose brother actually played a key role in the first Trump impeachment. Eugene Vindman beating Derek Anderson in that key race. So what does this all mean for the overall balance of power in the United States House? Remember, Democrats need to pick up a net of 4 seats to take back the House, but right now they are falling short. There are 6 Republican pickups so far compared to 2 Democratic pickups. There are 36 seats remaining and really just very few opportunities to pick up seats. Now, why are Democrats falling short? Let's break that down a little further. Look at Nebraska. This is a seat that is now currently occupied by Congressman Don Bacon, who is a Republican. It's a seat that a district that Joe Biden carried by 6.4% in 2020. Democrats thought they could pick that up, but they are losing in that race. 8,300 votes. Tony Vargas, the Democratic candidate, is behind Don Bacon with 95% reporting in that race. But that's not it. Also in California, another key pickup opportunity for Democrats. They thought they were going to be able to beat John Duarte. He's an incumbent Republican. That's a district that Joe Biden carried by 13 points in 2020. But look, Duarte is ahead by 3,100 votes against his Democratic challenger, Adam Gray, with 48% reporting. Still a long way to go, but one that Republicans think they can hang on to. And this was also just a recent change. Arizona's seat, Juan Ciscomani. He is an incumbent Republican, a freshman. Democrats had hoped to pick off his seat as well, but now he is ahead. This was a new batch of votes that just came out. He's ahead by 417 votes. Obviously a razor-thin margin. It could potentially go either way. There's still a lot more to go. So where do other races stand at the moment? Right now, Democrats are leading in 4 Republican seats. That's perhaps good news for the Democrats, but this is the bad news for them. 2 seats Republicans are leading in Democratic districts, which shows you, Aaron, why Democrats' path back to the majority is so fraught. Yes, they're up in some, but they're down in some, and getting that net of 4 seats is going to be very difficult. But one thing is very clear. Even if Republicans do maintain control of the House, Aaron, Speaker Mike Johnson would have a very narrow majority like he had in this past Congress. Once again, could have that in this Congress, and that's not always an easy recipe to legislate.
No, not at all. All right, Manu, thank you so much. And it's so important to lay all that out because it's complicated, but still unknown who will control the House. Joining me now is Joe Manchin, the retiring senior senator from West Virginia. So, Senator, I'm glad to talk to you. And wow, what an historic moment we are in the midst of even now. So let's just start where Manu, he was laying out, where the House is right now on various races, who's up, who's down. Obviously, Donald Trump has the White House. Republicans have the Senate. Do you have where do you think it stands here on the House? Do Democrats still have a chance, or will Republicans have it in addition to the Senate and the White House?
Well, let's say the races that are so close right tonight that we're still looking at and watching and everything is basically in swing areas. Swings that can go either way. And I've said this, Donald Trump didn't win just with MAGA. He won with the centrist, the common sense, the independents in the middle. He was able to have a program that basically more people bought in than what Kamala did. That's the middle. The power of the middle is unbelievable. I just hope when they get to Washington, they remember how they got there. They got there by appealing to reasonable, responsible, sensible people that are in the middle. I'm in the middle. A lot of people, Democrats have become homeless, and a lot of Republicans became homeless. And we weren't Washington Democrats. We weren't Republican Democrats, but we wanted to get things done. You get things done from the middle. So those are the tight races that can barely get by. And when they do get by, remember how you got elected and who voted for you. It's going to be the swing area, the middle of your district that basically got you over the hump.
So when you talk about what you're talking overall about the House, the Senate, but Trump specifically, who got him there? I mean, look, overall, the results are overwhelming, but it was a lot of different people, as you point out. Hispanic men, well, that really stands out, right? That's an unprecedented shift in American politics. Hispanics overall in several crucial places. Better than Joe Biden did in 2020 among black women, white women, old people, pretty much all people. Now, I know, Senator, that you never endorsed Harris specifically, but I guess just there's a very basic question out there. Do you think any Democrat could have beaten Trump?
Well, anybody can be beaten if you have the right candidate with the right message, but basically who's connecting with the people on the front lines that are working, going to work every day, trying to provide for the families. They're not caught up in all this hullabaloo, but they're basically, if someone is saying something that resonates, that makes them understand, they're going to be safer, they're going to have less inflation, they're going to be able to take care of their kids and have a job that they can, hopefully thrive at, and things of that sort. What happens, we get off, and the politicians get off so much on all of the intricacies of how people are going to live their life and this and that and everything, and forget about those who are actually working every day to live their lives. And I think that swing area, President Donald Trump has to understand, that's where he won. MAGA, his group has always been there, his base.
You're right.
And Kamala's base was always there. It was that middle that basically swung to him.
No, that's right. I mean, I guess I'm just saying there are people out there who say, well, Joe Biden should have stayed in, or he should have gotten out earlier and you could have had a primary, and then they, choose your own adventure. Whether you're picking Wes Moore or Josh Shapiro or Gretchen Whitmer or Gavin Newsom. I mean, or do you look out there and go, hey, guys, if you had just done this differently with a different horse or at a different time, Democrats wouldn't be sitting where they're sitting now?
I'm not going to second guess. You know how I felt about many primary things of that sort. But the bottom line is, you need to be tested. Okay, when you're tested in a situation such as that, you get good ideas. Every time I run for an office, every time I had primaries, I got tested in the primary, I got tested in general. I always learned. I thought it made me a better candidate, made me a better representative once I won. So I appreciated that type of back and forth. And with that, I think really tonight or last night, what we should be thinking basically, how through this in democracy, thanking all the poll workers, we're going to be able to show an orderly transfer of power. This is so much needed for the superpower of the world to be able to show that we can have in the most contentious times. I want to congratulate President Trump on his victory, and I want to thank Kamala Harris for her concession speech, but basically saying, I will accept it. I will basically orderly transfer. She'll have to be there when they certify it. And that speaks volumes to what we have in America.
Right, it does. It does. In a moment where I think people had incredible anxiety and fear over how that would play out. There's still time. We see how all this goes, but what we saw today was something to be proud of. Your seat's going to be taken by obviously Republican. You had left the Democratic Party. You were an independent, but you obviously were a Democrat for a long time. So I wanted to read for you before you go, Senator, something that Democratic Congressman Richie Torres wrote on Twitter. He's from the Bronx. He writes, Donald Trump has no greater friend than the far left, which has managed to alienate historic numbers of Latinos, blacks, Asians, and Jews from the Democratic Party with absurdities like defund the police or from the river to the sea or Latinx. There is more to lose than there is to gain politically from pandering to the far left that is more representative of Twitter, Twitch, and TikTok than of the real world. The working class is not buying the ivory-towered nonsense that the far left is selling. Do you agree with him? Do you think that the far left is a menace to what Democrats need?
Well, the extreme is extreme, whether it's far left or far right, they're extreme. That's not the mainstream. It's not how we live our lives in most of America. Let me just make sure that everyone understands that we are Americans first. Forget about the Democrat and Republican Party. Those are different ideologies of how you're going to control the problems or how you're going to fix problems and lead. We're Americans first. And I, as an American, I want my president to succeed. Donald Trump has been duly elected president of the United States of America. I'm going to do everything I can to hopefully help him be successful. And you got to be able to speak truth to power in the most respectful ways of being contributing and helping. If we can take that attitude now, because when my country does well, my president does well, my state does well.
Yep.
And when it doesn't, it goes to hell in a handbasket. That's the thing I don't want to see happen. I want them to remember that I hope the 60 vote threshold, you know how sacred that is to me.
Yes.
The filibuster. Because that's the glue that holds us together in a very political tough atmosphere. And I'm hoping that President Trump will understand how delicate that is and how important it is for him to be able to have something that he might really believe in that gets done with a 60 vote threshold. That's going to be lasting and enduring. You do it with a simple majority, and I'll guarantee you it'll swing back and hit you as fast as it took you somewhere. And we don't want that ping pong back and forth. And that's the differences I had with what was going on, and I thought was wrong.
All right. Well, Senator Manchin.
God bless America. We're going to make it. We're going to survive, Aaron. We're going to be good. We're going to do well. And you know what? We're going to work and try to make our country to come together and work basically for a better tomorrow.
All right.
But we are going to hold people accountable. And remember, it's the middle that got people elected.
All right. Well, Senator Manchin, thanks. We all appreciate speaking to you, as always. And ahead, Democratic Congressman Jim Himes. As we all wait to find out which party controls the House, this is going to be so crucial. Republicans have managed to flip the Senate.
Election night in America continued. A moment ago, speaking with Aaron, the outgoing Senator Joe Manchin had a word of advice for the incoming president-elect.
Donald Trump didn't win just with MAGA. He won with the centrist, the common sense, the independents in the middle. He was able to have a program that basically more people bought in than what Kamala did. That's the middle. The power of the middle is unbelievable. I just hope when they get to Washington, they remember how they got there.
Senator Joe Manchin tonight, back now with the panel. Said the middle is often a difficult place to be. It's not clear how much Donald Trump is going to be sort of tacking to the middle and how much he's going to be basically have free reign to do whatever he wants.
Right. I mean, that's the irony of the statement, is that Donald Trump may have won the middle, but he didn't do it pitching centrism, right? He pitched it with a more, I think, fringe version of his message than even he had 4 years ago or even back 8 years ago. I think what we see is a middle rejection of the administration. Actually, was really interested in a report from Kayla Tausche that she said a couple of minutes ago, talking about the friction between Biden and Harris, possibly around her distancing from him. If anything, Harris was overly deferential to Joe Biden. I think what we see from the results this week is a story that the unwillingness to break from the administration, whether it be on inflation or Gaza or immigration, is a central problem with the candidacy. The second thing that I think stuck out on that front was they were saying that maybe they were slightly underrating of Biden's unpopularity. I mean, of course, that's the lesson from this week. If they did not see that, that is an ignoring of evidence that have shown him as a historically unpopular president for years. And so partly, even hearing the post-mortem coming from the Democrats is a reminder of just how far they were from the baseline feeling of the electorate. It is not a thing they should have figured out the day after the election that Joe Biden was unpopular. It was the fundamental fact of this election was a status quo that we are seeing consistent evidence that people didn't like, and that included the middle.
It's also so fascinating, Gretchen. I mean, I feel like we learn this every election cycle, but how often polls are wrong, misleading, we're looking in the wrong places, counting the wrong people, or we just are not finding what the actual momentum is. It also fascinates me is, we always hear about these internal numbers that campaigns have. And so the Democrats were talking so much about their ground game and the number of doors they had knocked on and all of this stuff. All of that seems to have been wrong. I mean, they didn't know what was actually happening any more than any of us outside knew.
I was digging into some of those numbers today. First of all, when the first exit polls came out last night from Georgia, that usually I don't give a tremendous amount of credence to exit polls, but it was like they were spot on. 50% of the independents had gone with Trump in Georgia, and it was like, whoa, wait a minute. I mean, why would the middle do that? And that was sort of the beginning of how the entire night went. But also, we have not talked about the Latino vote. The Latino vote went overwhelmingly in the favor of Donald Trump. I mean, Harris still won it, but she won by 8 points. Biden won that by 33 points. So what happened there? Also, New York City. 1/3 of the vote in New York City went to Donald Trump. In the Bronx, you had 35% increase for Donald Trump. In Queens, in Brooklyn. In New Jersey, Harris only won by 5 points. These are wake-up calls to staunch blue Democratic areas that there is something going on here that is out of the norm of how they were predicting it to go.
Can I just say, Donald Trump, I mean, I think the question began with, does Donald Trump have to live up to whatever it is? Donald Trump thinks he has a mandate. Donald Trump has been very clear about what he's going to do. And he won. Looks like he won the popular vote. I think in New York, if the numbers held, he went up in all 5 boroughs.
Yeah.
That is not the rural vote. You see, even in blue states, he got, he went up in numbers.
In some of the exit polling, voters were not happy with the choices they had in elections in general. So I think Manchin was getting to this idea that people may have gone for Donald Trump who didn't love everything about Donald Trump, but given the choices, this is the choice they made. But there was sort of an overall dissatisfaction with choices. Nevertheless, the mandate is clear.
Correct. No question about it. I think the other thing that we just have to come back to is the word anger. This was something that we heard across the board. It went along with the economy. And whether or not Donald Trump really has any empathy or understanding about many of these voters who are worried about prices in the supermarket or who feel left behind, they felt that his anger, as they see it expressed, related to theirs.
In fact, in the exit polls, among his supporters, understands my problems, cares about me, was the lowest.
7%.
Right.
But with grocery prices, early on in the night, it came out 50% of all people said that they were struggling to make ends meet simply because of gas prices and grocery prices.
To your point about the electorate and being upset with its choices, that's been the most consistent thing I've heard from DR Independent over the past 3 years, was frankly just shock at the option, particularly the Biden-Trump rematch. So much so that I think that was fueled the kind of breath of fresh air that came for Harris after the candidate switch that obviously tapered off at the end. But I would say that I think it also filters to like the broader point about a political system. If there was a miscalculation, I think I was kind of unsure of going into this, was Donald Trump a candidate who can summon the anger? Was it going to be apathetic and people didn't come out? Or was it going to be, I'm going to show displeasure with this administration? I frankly think that was up to Donald Trump to whether he could summon that anger or not. And I think that's the surprising part of this week is that it did, because it could have gone the opposite way, which is what Democrats were expecting. A lower turnout election would have been one that may have favored them more. They got the people there. They just like the other guy.
Yeah, Stead Herndon, Jamie Dingell, thank you, Gretchen Carlson as well.
Thank you.
Coming up next, Democratic Congressman Jim Himes, his take on the presidential race and a second Trump presidency, that and more when our special CNN election coverage continues. Election night in America, the day after, and a statement just moments ago from Bill and Hillary Clinton. It reads in part, "We must remember that America is bigger than the results of any one election, and what we as citizens do now will make the difference between a nation that moves forward and one that falls back." The Clintons go on to say, "We need to solve our problems and seize our opportunities together. The future of our country depends on it." Joining us now, Democratic Representative Jim Himes, who won re-election in Connecticut's 4th District. Congratulations on winning your race. Obviously, I think you're as surprised as a lot of people are. Do you think the House will remain under Republican control?
I think it's a very close thing. I think it's up to about 6 races in California, Alaska, a couple other places. I mean, I think it's at best a 50-50 thing for the Democrats. But again, California famously late to produce results, so I'm not giving up hope.
I mean, given your time in Congress thus far, what does it mean if Donald Trump has the House and the Senate and this mandate from voters?
Well, from my standpoint, that's a huge problem, right? And I lived in a world back in 2009 when the Democrats had the presidency, 60 votes in the Senate, which they're not going to see, and a solid majority in the House of Representatives. Back then, you may remember this, you couldn't get a public option attached to Obamacare. Dodd-Frank, which got created in that era, was actually pretty moderate legislation, as it turns out. What I do worry about is if that's the situation, I don't have much doubt that Donald Trump is going to make a phone call on day one and say, you guys guys get rid of the filibuster. And if they get rid of the filibuster, of course, it is open field running for the Republican Party. And from my standpoint, if Donald Trump is to be believed about what he says he's going to do with tariffs, with national security, with so many other things, that's a pretty scary thought.
One of the things that some Republicans were saying to those who were concerned, to voters who were concerned about RFK Jr. running HHS was, oh, well, you know, he would never get past confirmation. If Trump has the control over the Senate and the House, he could.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And again, this is why I'm sort of concerned about the filibuster, which has been around for a long time. And love it or hate it, it's if they do, in fact, keep control of the House. There's a couple moderating factors. The filibuster, the fact that, you know, if they do have a House majority, it'll be 1, 2, 3 votes tops, right? They weren't able to manage a House with a 4-vote majority, so they're going to have all kinds of problems associated with actually governing. Remember, the House was not governing in the last Congress because the Senate was Democratic and the president was Democratic. So that's really, really hard to do and could be a moderating factor. There's going to be a lot of nervous Republicans if Donald Trump really lets his freak flag fly and goes extreme. You know, people like Brian Fitzpatrick in Pennsylvania are going to say, wait a minute, this is the end of my career if you do this stuff. And so, again, there's nothing good about this from the standpoint of a Democrat, but there are moderating factors in play.
Do you see, though, I mean, Mitch McConnell is stepping down from leadership position. I mean, do you have any doubt that whoever becomes the leader on the Republican side in the Senate will be an acolyte of Donald Trump?
Well, no, is the short answer to your question. You know, Democrats like me always said, you know, Donald Trump has never won the popular vote. Well, he's going to win the popular vote. Donald Trump is not a winner. Well, he was a big winner. I mean, it hurts me to say that, but he was a big winner. So what are my Republican colleagues going to take away from that? This is not like, is this the Donald Trump with whom we lost the Senate majority? Is this the Donald Trump with whom we lost the House? No, this is the Donald Trump with whom we win big time. So whatever Adam Kinzinger instinct, Liz Cheney instinct existed in the Republican Party, that's gone. That's gone. Donald Trump owns these guys.
You know, he ran on mass deportations. There were signs of this at the Republican convention. Is that something you see happening quickly?
Well, you know, it's funny. I've talked to a lot of people today, freaked out in a lot of different ways. Deportations, because the president controls, you know, the levers of power of, you know, CBP and the Department of Homeland Security. That is something that he could get underway pretty quickly. Now, to really put a lot of money into it, and it would take a ton of money, he would need congressional approval. But again, we just talked about the congressional alignment that he has. So, yeah, that's a concern. And, you know, the other moderating factor, by the way, and remember, Donald Trump is famous for saying he will do many, many, many things that he doesn't do, where he didn't see the border wall paid for by Mexico. So there's a lot of things that he's put out there that aren't going to happen, but you don't know what. I mean, again, I was one of the last members of the House out of the chamber on January 6th. None of us imagined that. So it's unpredictable. A lot of the things he says he's going to do, he's not going to do, but some of the things he says he's going to do.
No, Congressman Jim Himes, appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Our special election coverage continues with more on the shape the new administration might take and what to expect from the president-elect in the days and weeks ahead.
And welcome back to CNN's Election Night in America. Take 2, CNN just learning President Biden held a call with White House staff in which he said, and I quote him, "While I'm sure you are all feeling a variety of emotions today, I hope there's one emotion you don't lose sight of. That's pride. Pride in everything we've accomplished." That's the direct quote from President Biden. And my panel is back with me. So, Ashley, you know, that comment comes ahead of President Biden going to address the nation tomorrow. Obviously, Kamala Harris spoke today to concede. What does he need to say?
I think he needs to say, not talk about him not running, which I doubt he will. You know, he'll be doing it from...
Oh, you don't think he should come out and say, yeah, see, guys? Don't you wish you kept me?
I mean, you know.
Why hide what's inside? Because you know that's what he's thinking.
Maybe. But, and I think he should thank the vice president for being a great partner, for running a great race, acknowledge, most importantly, that Donald Trump has won the election, because that's what adults do when people win and when other people lose. And then I would not use this as a moment to tout the accomplishments of the Biden administration. There will be time for him to take a lap, in December and before the inauguration. But I would talk about the important moment that our country is in and how divided we are, and talk about the values we need to move forward and really do it. He's still the president of the United States of America. Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, and he can talk to all of us about how we can move forward as he is about to hand it over.
You know, all jokes aside, Anna, you know, every time there's an election, I remember when John McCain ran, there were Democrats who said, if he wins, I'm moving to Canada. The same old thing. This time, though, there were people who really felt that they would not want to be a part of a country where this was the outcome. And here we are, and it's President Biden's opportunity to speak to those people and have them believe that they are still a part of this country, that they need to be a part of this country, that we are all in this together, right? The stakes are high, and isn't he uniquely suited to speak to people and provide that inspiration?
Well, I'm not sure he's going to convince the people who have bought second homes in Portugal, but for the rest...
They're a different group.
Joe Biden is a wise elder, and he is a man who has a particular way of being empathetic, and I suspect he will be very unifying. I agree with Ashley. I think he will thank Kamala Harris. I think he will thank and talk about democracy, the people who participated, the voters, the fact that it was a peaceful process, the fact that it was a process with very few anomalies, the systems held their ground. He's going to be out there defending democracy, and I think saying to everybody, let's get forward, let's move forward and let's do it together. I think he's going to say to us what he told Donald Trump on the phone today. I have invited Donald Trump to the White House. He has accepted. My administration is going to help him transition.
So, Scott, at the meantime, there's the transition that's got to start and all these things. And, you're in this moment of having people accept what's happened, people move forward together, and then and then you're going to start talking about a cabinet. So RFK Jr. was out there today, and he was talking about this because Trump has said RFK Jr. will go wild on health. That's what he said. He said he will go wild. And today, RFK Jr. spoke out about what that means if he were to be running the FDA. And here's what he said.
Okay.
There are entire departments, like the nutrition departments at FDA, that have to go, that are not doing their job. They're not protecting our kids. Why do we have Fruit Loops in this country that have 18 or 19 ingredients, and you go to Canada and it's got 2 or 3?
Would you eliminate any of the agencies?
To eliminate the agencies, as long as it requires congressional approval, I wouldn't be doing that. And I can get the corruption out of the agencies.
I'm not going to comment on the Fruit Loops. I got an opinion as a parent about Fruit Loops, and I know others have their opinion on Fruit Loops. I used to love them as a kid, though, I will say that. All jokes aside, though, okay, he referenced congressional approval. But is this what we're going to see? Do you think a Secretary Kennedy is something that this country will see?
I don't know. My general view on the transition, all transitions, is you're going to hear from a million people. People who supported a ticket are going to have a seat at the table. There will be other people who have views in this specific space, and so no person is a monolith when it comes to any individual policy. Yep. And ultimately, and the most important thing to know, there's only one boss, the president-elect, and then the coming president of the United States. And so my advice to anyone who is trying to become part of the administration or be influential is just remember, you're not the boss. He got elected. He's the boss. And so ultimately, that's the person who makes all the decisions. And so before you get out over your skis or before you try to box him in, just remember the president is the president.
Well, and we all remember how this...
But RFK is in a unique position, right? Because Donald Trump wasn't out there campaigning about Marco Rubio being Secretary of State or anything, but he did campaign on RFK running health.
They had an alliance.
And he did it over and over again. It wasn't like, one crazy...
And RFK, he has had some controversial views.
Some?
And other things that he says actually there are a lot of people on the left and right who happen to agree with him about overly processed foods and the impact on obesity in the United States.
All these things.
What's happening to our children. So, ultimately, there's a range of issues that may get tackled here. But there's also, I think, going to be a range of people who get involved either at the White House or the agency level. But that's the purpose of the transition, the purpose of building an administration.
I'm old enough to remember when Republicans, all hell broke loose when Michelle Obama tried to talk about nutrition and children.
She tried to tweak the food labels, which is exactly what he's talking about.
And do you remember the attacks?
Oh, yes.
Well, we know more about, but honestly,
that's
as a
how
society,
we know how many things are in Fruit Loops.
As a society, we now know more about what you put in your body, the impacts it has on you than we've ever known. And why shouldn't the government look into things like that?
I mean, think about the number of younger people getting cancers compared to other developed worlds. Now, one could debate if RFK should be the person overseeing that or not. Could he be a part of the conversations? I'm not going to say one way or the other. But I do think there's some very serious elements that we're seeing an increase in with younger people. People are starting to worry, what's going on with our food system? Why aren't we taking better care of ourselves? It would be great for Republicans to
go
spearhead
ahead and
that.
try to take people's Frosted Flakes away and see how, see how that works in 2022.
I was waiting for my Fruit Loops bowl.
Not even his family thinks.
Are there Fruit Loops in your house, Scott?
Oh, there's all kinds of things in my house that ought not be there. But that's the struggles of a parent that has four. Look, you and I are in the same boat here.
Yes,
we know
I know.
we know what it's like to try to fight the food situation in this country. And when you have kids, it's damn near impossible to fight it. So I have some sympathies for this because I worry every day about what the kids are ingesting. And then, a lot of days you're like, I guess I'm just going to have to go with it. And you don't feel great about it, but the parents wrestle with these questions all the time.
As a Republican, you're for individual choice. You're for parental choice. You're not for RFK telling you that you have to choose or that you can't choose what cereal you buy
These
for
are the
your
conversations, and she loves Fruit Loops.
I wasn't allowed to eat them as a child, but I love them.
See,
I
why
was in
is
that
that? Why is
situation
that?
too.
What did Mama say?
Okay, we got to go.
But the ingredients are different
Hold on,
in
I
Fruit
really
Loops in Europe and in the U.S. Just saying. Sorry,
I hope
Aaron.
everyone can get some smiles and laughs out of this. All right, more of our special coverage coming up ahead. Coming up with what the federal charges that were brought against Trump. All of this, that so much time was appropriately spent discussing by the special counsel Jack Smith. We have breaking news on that. Paula Reed has that next. And welcome back to our Election Night in America continued. We have some breaking news coming in right now about the Trump legal team and the hush money case. Paula Reed breaking all of that for us. Paula, you've had so much news on this today. What are you learning now?
So here I've learned that the Trump team is going to try to get Trump's upcoming sentencing in New York canceled. Historically, their strategy in that case, and really all the cases, has been to delay. But this time, they're going to argue to the judge that as a president-elect, Trump is entitled to the same protections as a sitting president and should be protected from any state prosecutors, any action in a state-level proceeding. Now, the judge, Judge Juan Merchan, has given himself a deadline of November 12th to weigh in on whether this entire conviction should be tossed after the Supreme Court's immunity ruling this summer. If he does that, the sentencing will go away. But the Trump team, again, they're not even just trying to delay this. They are going to try to get this canceled.
Trying to get it canceled. All right. So a huge development there. And what are your sources telling you about the federal cases as well now that he is president-elect?
So I've learned that Special Counsel Jack Smith, he's been talking with leaders at the Justice Department, including the Attorney General, about how to wind down his two cases against President-elect Trump. Now, they've been talking about internal guidance, Justice Department guidance around, whether a sitting president can be indicted or prosecuted and how that applies to a president-elect. Now, I'm told these conversations will likely continue for several days. It is complicated. He has co-defendants, also questions about what happens to the special counsel's office, but it is expected that Trump will not have to order his Justice Department to fire Smith, as he has said he would do, or dismiss the cases. It is expected at this point that these will be wrapped up before he gets to the White House.
All right, Paula, thank you very much. All those breaking details. So let's go straight to senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. So, Ellie, just starting with Paula's latest reporting that Trump's legal team is now going to request that Judge Merchan, of course, who handled the cases here in New York, cancel sentencing in the hush money case, right? That case that we spent all those days attending court, as did the former president in this spring. So how do you think that's going to go?
Boy, I can see this one either way, Aaron. This is another example of a situation we have never encountered in American history. On the one hand, I can see Judge Merchan saying, no, we had sentencing scheduled for a long time. I'm going to go ahead and impose sentence. On the other hand, if he's looking at the practicalities, I can see him concluding, look, no matter what I sentence Donald Trump to, he's not going to serve a day behind bars. He's now the president-elect. He's going to spend the next 4 years as president. Why bother? Why even get into this mess?
So, all right, so we'll see how that one goes. Now, the immunity ruling from the Supreme Court came down in July, and then there's been the back and forth on that in terms of, and then obviously waiting to see how this election went to move forward with that. So we're still in the early stages of its impact of immunity. So what do you think happens now that you have a president-elect Trump?
You know, I don't know that we've ever seen a president in American history taking office with as few guardrails, as few checks and balances on him as Donald Trump is about to have when he takes the White House on January 20th. First of all, he's just come through 4 criminal indictments. He's not going to spend a day behind bars. Second of all, the immunity ruling you just mentioned, it's very broad, it's brand new, but essentially it says anything that he does that can be tied to his official acts as president, he cannot be prosecuted for. Third of all, let's be realistic. There's not going to be a federal investigation of Donald Trump while he's president. There's not going to be a special counsel this time. He and his attorney general are not going to allow the next Robert Mueller to be appointed. And on top of that, he's got a Republican Senate now, could end up with a Republican House, and the Supreme Court 6-3 in favor of conservatives. So we're going to have to rely on the non-political people who work in government and perhaps the courts and the good faith of the people who Donald Trump picks to work in his administration.
Right, which is crucial. And of course, as I know, Ellie, you believe that it is possible that the special counsel Jack Smith, even though Trump's made it clear he will fire him, could come out with a full report, even though that case will go away. And we'll see if that happens. That could be very important just for the historical record. So, Ellie, thanks very much. I appreciate it. And thanks so much, as always, to all of you for being with us on this historic day. Our special election coverage continues now with Anderson.
Live view of our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., as Donald Trump is preparing to return to the White House. The greatest hope of many Republicans and the worst fears of many Democrats now becoming a reality. This is CNN's special coverage of Election Night in America continued. I'm Anderson Cooper.
An Object Tapper. Tonight, we're all breaking down the implications of Mr. Trump's historic and sweeping presidential victory, the monumental shift in American politics, and what it might mean for this country over the next 4 years. The former and now future president getting a call today from Vice President Kamala Harris, officially conceding the election, setting the stage for a peaceful transition of power. Mr. Trump will assume the presidency for a second time, with Republicans in control of the U.S. Senate, aiding his agenda. Still undecided whether the GOP will keep control in the majority of the House of Representatives or whether Democrats will win it back and gain a check on the Trump administration's power. We could get an update on that this evening. Anchors Caitlin Collins and Abby Phillip are covering every angle of the Trump victory and the Harris defeat and what might happen next. First to Caitlin in West Palm Beach, Florida, near Mar-a-Lago. Caitlin, what is happening inside Trump world nearly 24 hours after his historic victory?
Well, Jake, things have been moving quick and moving very fast behind the scenes as Donald Trump himself has basically been on the phone all day long. I've talked to people who've been around him who say essentially his phone has been glued to his ear as he's been having conversations, not just with tech leaders, with Republican allies, also world leaders have been making their phone calls, knowing that they are now bracing for a Trump return to the Oval Office and what that's going to look like. And while he's on the phone, his aides have been working on that transition process and what a return to the White House is going to look like. And I'm told that what Trump is seeking to do in part of this is to reward those who have been loyal to him over the last 2 years. His axis of influence has changed greatly since he left Washington, and he is going to be seeking to reward those people like Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Howard Lutnick, and others. And Kristen Holmes, we have been talking to our sources all day about this and just really what this process has looked like behind the scenes. And it's almost been frantic to a degree as people are either jockeying for positions or seeking to gain influence and also just still processing that this race was decided as soon as it was.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to people jockeying for positions, a lot of them that I'm talking to, people who have actually made pitches for themselves or for others, are being incredibly careful. They really want to tiptoe around Donald Trump in the sense that they're trying to figure out ways to say they want to serve him without looking like they want something. Donald Trump does not react well when people come to him saying they just want something. And as you noted, there are a lot of people in line to be rewarded by the former president because of their loyalty when others were not there and because they were by him on the campaign trail. Elon Musk, RFK Jr. RFK Jr., there was a lot of negotiating behind the scenes before he endorsed Donald Trump and dropped out of the race. What exactly he was promised seems to vary depending on who you talk to. He obviously has said he has been promised some kind of cabinet position or overseeing all of these health organizations. We have heard from your interview with Howard Lutnick that that's likely not possible. But there are a lot of people who are seeking rewards and pitching themselves right now to Donald Trump and Susie Wiles and those in his inner circle trying to get traction on a potential administration post.
Yeah, and with the Senate makeup how it is now, maybe it is possible. Who knows, Jake? Obviously, these are a lot of outstanding questions that they are now trying to answer here in Palm Beach, Florida.
All right, interesting stuff. Now let's go to Abby Phillip, anchoring here in Washington, D.C. And Abby, you covered Vice President Harris's concession speech earlier today. She pointedly urged her supporters to accept the results and commit to a peaceful transfer of power. Let's run a little bit of that.
A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God.
Abby, tell us more about the vice president's message and what comes next.
Yeah, Jake, this was a year of incredibly consequential speeches for Vice President Harris. And this speech that she delivered today is certainly one of them. This was her moment to speak to the thousands at Howard University, her alma mater, where they gathered last night hoping for the best, and that night ended not the way that she wanted or any of them wanted. And she was speaking to millions of Americans who now, frankly, feel lost. This was a speech that was about, fundamentally, the path forward. And the key part, Jake, of what she said was that she concedes the race, but she does not concede the ideals of her campaign effectively. Now the question becomes, what does the Democratic Party do? What role does Kamala Harris have in it? And Jeff Seleny, you're here with me here in Washington. As we have been covering the last 36 hours for Harris and her aides, it has been incredible whiplash. And she had a really tough job tonight, which was to capture the anger, the fear, the confusion, and move people into a forward-looking posture as they face what she's been telling them is going to be an existential threat to the country.
Abby, it was so extraordinary. This was a speech, obviously, she did not want to give. Concession speeches are not ones that the candidates like to give, and they don't always come. But she did appear at Howard University to her supporters. The emotion there that we could see, tears in the eyes of supporters. That
Especially
happens.
Young people. I mean, that was so extraordinary to see.
Question.
So many of these people, young women,
right,
for whom this is probably their first election. It was a woman, a black woman. There was deep heartbreak there that she knew she was speaking to.
There absolutely was, and I was talking to people in the crowd. There was a bit of a difference of reaction between the younger women and people who had seen this before in 2016. There were so many sort of memories of that. This was a very, very different race. This was an accelerated race. I was struck by, as she also said, I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time. I hope that's not the case. She was as optimistic as possible, but also pretty real. And the reality is she has 75 more days to be serving in the White House here behind us. And she is the vice president. I'm told she's going to go about her day job. But also she's going to be focusing on her future. We do not know what that is. But as of now, she's as much the leader of this Democratic Party as anyone. So I think she exits this race with her head held fairly high as we begin sort of deciphering what happened. It's not all on her. It is on the party. It is on President Biden, without question.
Well, speaking of President Biden, he's going to be entering the conversation tomorrow as he speaks in the Rose Garden and addresses the American people tomorrow morning at 11 a.m., Jake. That is going to be also, for President Biden, one of his final moments to really speak to what the country is about to face in the next 4 years as a change of administration happens here in Washington once again.
Indeed. Abby and Jeff, thanks so much. And a little housekeeping now. CNN can now project the Vice President, Kamala Harris, will win the state of Maine and 3 of the state's 4 electoral votes. Remember, Maine, like Nebraska, awards its electoral votes according to congressional district as well. Donald Trump is picking up that 1 electoral vote by winning Maine's 2nd congressional district. That brings Mr. Trump's total electoral votes as of this hour to 292. Vice President Harris's total is, as of right now, is 226. There are a few states that remain uncalled as of now. Let's talk about the Vice President's concession speech. I want to play a little bit more and get your reaction.
To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win.
That's a nice concept, what she's saying, and comforting words. They are not the same words that we heard from her and her allies as we led into election night, in which he was called a fascist. This would be the end of democracy. This might, I think Oprah said something along the lines of, this might be the very last vote we cast, et cetera.
Yeah. This is somebody who is trying to obviously hold up the people who voted for her, perhaps hold out the possibility that she could try to get on the ballot again. She just turned 60 years old. But also, I think that you sort of mentioned this at the top of the show, and I believe it bears repeating, that broadly, the fact that she even gave this speech shouldn't be noteworthy, but it is. It is noteworthy because we haven't heard a concession speech. We didn't hear it 4 years ago when Donald Trump lost the election. And I remember being with John McCain when he gave his concession speech back in 2008. And it was one of those genuinely sort of heartfelt speeches. And it did help to, at least we thought, really try to heal the country. Then, things changed for different reasons. But I think what you're getting at here, Jake, is that she's saying the right things, but it's also very clear that the Democratic Party that she's talking about isn't really clear what it is after last night's election.
I just want to push back on this idea. I know it's been said a few times that what's her future and that she is the leader of the Democratic Party. She's not the leader of the Democratic Party. Yeah. My experience in doing this for a long time is parties don't like losers. They particularly don't like a loser that is letting Donald Trump back into the White House. There have been many more beloved losers in either party. I think of somebody like Walter Mondale, who had a lot more credibility in the Democratic Party than Kamala Harris ever had. Kamala Harris, one of the things she's said a lot during the campaign is we need to turn the page. I don't think the Democrats, they can't wait to turn the page on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and because, frankly, this is going to be seen now as a failed presidency. Yeah. And with the vote, the only way to read the vote was the majority of Americans did not like the way the Biden-Harris administration ran this country, and they want to see something different from the Democrats.
The 2024 Republican Party did embrace a loser, just for the note, and then he became a winner again. Well, one thing, you're talking about turning the page. On Monday night, David Plouffe, a senior advisor to the Harris campaign, said he thought Harris could win all 7 swing states. Earlier today, after the prediction clearly fell short, he wrote, quote, "It was a privilege to spend the last 100 days with Kamala Harris and his amazing staff led by campaign manager Jen O'Malley Dillon, who left it all on the field for the country. We dug," this is the part that's important, "we dug out of a deep hole, but not enough. A devastating loss. Thanks for being in the arena, all of you." The dug out of a deep hole is implicitly a slam on Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's even more than implicitly. I mean, they're
explicitly.
basically explicitly. They are very clear about that, and we don't know. I mean, it's an unknown whether or not Joe Biden would have done much worse. Maybe New Jersey, which was a lot closer than Democrats expected, even though the Democrats won. Maybe that, for example, would have gone for Donald Trump and not Joe Biden. But despite what David Plouffe is saying today, and it's understandable that he is trying to maybe clean things up a little bit, we heard yesterday from the Democrats in the Harris campaign and the Republicans in the Trump campaign the same thing. Our data shows that we're doing well, that we're closing well, that we'll be good, and only one of the campaigns was right, with their data, and that was the Trump campaign.
No, and there's no question that there was a deep hole, and it was that Joe Biden, with his policies on inflation and the economy and foreign policy and immigration, dug for the party. I mean, the thought experiment, this idea that Joe Biden would have run closer to Donald Trump than Kamala Harris,
maybe the Joe Biden of 2020.
Yes, but not the Joe Biden
of
of June 28th after the debate that you and Dana did. But the question that I think people will ask is, if he had stepped out after the midterm, a very successful midterm, and thrown the party open to a full nomination process, first of all, I don't think it would have been Kamala Harris. It would have been somebody else. And could they have beaten Donald Trump? We'll never know that, but I think that's the only question, sensible question you can ask.
If it had been Kamala Harris, it would have been a much more strong and much more battle-tested Kamala Harris who had won a primary system.
Yeah,
but I understand your skepticism,
right.
Certainly. Just to add, Donald Trump is pledging to keep his campaign promises. What are those campaign promises? We're going to take a deep dive into what his second term is going to look like. That's next.
You're watching CNN's special live coverage of Donald Trump's historic victory. Tonight, the former and future president is vowing to keep the promises he made on the campaign trail. Right now, there's breaking news involving Donald Trump's unprecedented criminal conviction. CNN's Paula Reed is here with details. What are you learning, Paula?
So, Anderson, in speaking with sources, I'm told that Trump's legal team is going to try to get his upcoming sentencing in New York following his conviction on 34 counts of fraud. They're going to try to get that canceled. Historically, they have just tried to get things delayed or pushed back. But here, I'm told they are going to argue to the court that as president-elect, Trump is entitled to the same protections as a sitting president and should be protected from state actors, including prosecutors. Now, the judge here, Judge Juan Merchan, has given himself a November 12th deadline to decide if his conviction should be tossed because of the Supreme Court's immunity ruling this past summer. Now, if he tosses the conviction, there won't be a sentencing. But I am told the Trump team here, they are going to continue to fight to make sure this is not just delayed, but that this never happens.
All right. Paula Reed, thanks very much. Kristen Holmes has a report from West Palm Beach. Kristen, what are you hearing about the second term and the transition that's already underway?
Well, Donald Trump has made a series of promises for the last 2 years, and some of them people are wondering how exactly he's going to get done. President-elect Donald Trump already has a lengthy to-do list.
Promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises.
Promises he made during his campaign, starting with immigration.
We've got to have the largest mass deportation effort in history, and we're going to. Going forward, the future children of illegal aliens will not receive automatic U.S. citizenship.
Vowing to immediately go after millions of undocumented immigrants, calling for a ban on sanctuary cities, a death penalty for human traffickers, and to reinstate his travel ban on people entering the U.S. from predominantly Muslim countries.
I will send Congress a bill to ban sanctuary cities in the first day that I become president. I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban on entry from terror-plagued countries.
On the economy,
Tariffs are the greatest thing ever invented.
Trump has promised massive tariffs on foreign goods, despite economists saying American consumers are likely to pay the price, as well as ending and cutting specific taxes.
My plan will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors.
Trump has claimed he could end the conflict in the Middle East and the Russia-Ukraine war immediately.
We're going to take care of Israel, and they know that. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine totally settled.
While not offering any explanation of how. He's made commitments on changing the education system.
On day one, I will sign an executive order banning schools from promoting critical race theory or transgender insanity. And I'm going to close the Department of Education and move education back to the states.
Trump has also promised to go after his perceived political enemies.
For those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America, Joe Biden, and the entire Biden crime family.
Including firing special counsel Jack Smith.
I would fire him within 2 seconds.
Trump has also made promises to those prosecuted for their actions on January 6th.
Will you pardon the January 6 rioters who were convicted of federal offense?
I am inclined to pardon many of them. I can't say for every single one because a couple of them probably they got out of control.
And while unlike some other Republicans, Trump has stated he doesn't want a national abortion ban.
No, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
His administration could implement new restrictions without passing a federal law. And right now, Anderson, what's going on is that the transition, the wheels are already in motion. The people who would put in these laws or these kind of policies into place, they are currently meeting with transition officials, likely going to meet with former President Donald Trump or President-elect Donald Trump, and they will be put into the positions of power to actually implement the things that Donald Trump has promised.
All right, Kristen, thanks very much. Here with the team in New York. David Urban, let me start with you. How do you think this transition, and what do you think they learned in the first transition that they're going to implement this transition in?
Well, they've already signed the lease with GSA. I think that there's a start, right? Getting into building space. I mean, there's like a whole, there's a mechanical part of this that takes place, right? In terms of getting people into place, having, getting FBI files, people starting to get vetted. I mean, if you look, there's a book called The Plum Book, which has 4,000 Schedule C jobs that need to be filled, from lower level policy positions all the way up to cabinet secretaries. And it is a daunting task. And so what Howard Lutnick has been doing, he's been trying to assemble kind of an A list of people that be submitted to the president and his team, these close advisors, group of advisors, to kind of go through and vet and say, it's like collecting baseball cards when you're a kid. Got it, need it, kind of like, and they're going to go through and figure out who they want to interview, and then they'll vet those folks, and then the president will finally pick.
And some of it has been done for the Project 2025 thing. Do you think that's going to be, because that was the Democrats made a lot out of that. I'm not bringing it up to do that.
I don't disagree. So AFPI, the American First Policy Institute, I think is, if you're going to look at an organization that has much more credibility within and standing within this group, the American First Policy Institute.
That was a group that started, I think, just a couple of years ago.
It was kind of the Trump administration in exile, right? So, and a lot of people are there, credible folks. They've been working on things, kind of thoughtful things. And so, if you want to go to a website and see what it might look like, the Trump administration, Brooke Rollins ran it with Linda McMahon, and they have credible folks there working. And so that's probably much more of a blueprint I'd go.
Linda McMahon is now co-chair
with Howard Lutnick, and so. They're serious people. They're going to be credible people in these positions. And, the notion that it's going to be filled with, crazy people, I think is, exhale, Van, it's going to be okay. and again, the big positions, I think, are who's going to be the chief of staff to the president, who's going to be the White House counsel, who's going to be the attorney general. Those are probably the most significant jobs.
Yeah. Well, listen, are you confident that they can find responsible people?
Well, listen, at the speed
who want to work with them.
A couple things. I think they're going to be able to move much quicker. They know what it takes to staff these roles. They've had sort of this administration and waiting at these various outside groups, the Conservative Policy Institute as well. I was a little bit heartened by some of the folks who were involved in the transition. Robert Lighthizer, who worked in the previous Trump administration, John Ratcliffe. These are serious people. They've served in positions in government. They're policy-minded. I think the senior tier is going to be people that at least could credibly get through Senate confirmation. I think it's the next tier of people who don't have to go through the same level of vetting that you're going to see some folks go in that are going to make some people uncomfortable.
Absolutely.
And in West Wings, in cabinets, people who in these second tier roles have a lot of power. I'm curious about this, though, this Schedule F executive order, because I saw it when I was there. They were ready to do it at the end of the last Trump administration. That would have basically made all civil servants fire at will so that Trump would have way more hiring power to put his own loyalists into those roles. That's where it becomes incredibly complicated and also, I think, risky when you're talking about pandemic preparedness, disaster management, and all these things that require decades of just expertise in that field.
This is the thing. Steve Bannon has been talking about this for a long time, basically politicizing what are civil service positions and bringing them under tow. It's like they call it the assault on the deep state, but it is an assault on people who are competent and have expertise in different areas. One thing that was mentioned in Kristen's piece was ending the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. And I woke up this morning to the Washington Post, and it said some U.S. adversaries rejoiced. Russian officials appeared giddy at the news of Trump's victory. Kamala is finished. Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev wrote on X, "Let her keep cackling infectiously." That didn't make me feel good.
When we say adversaries, you mean our enemies. The enemies of America.
Just reading from the Post.
I'm just saying, the enemies of America are happy. That's not a good thing. And I also think, basically when you start a new administration, it is like a startup. You got to hire a bunch of people. There's a process for doing that. The people who have to go before the Senate, even just from a point of view of public embarrassment, those people are usually halfway decent. But as you start drilling down, the people, I call them like the B team. The people are going to be there every day, 6 o'clock in the morning, midnight. Their judgment matters. Their discretion matters. What they think, who they know, who they call on matters. And there are a layer of people that are frightening, that are lining up to come into the government. And there's a difference now is when Trump went in the first time, it felt like a fluke, and some people were afraid to go. This historic level of victory for Trump, when he gets the White House, the Senate, possibly the House, the Electoral College, the popular vote, everybody's going to be willing to go and serve. So he could pick from the best of the best, but the worst of the worst are lining up, and that's a concern.
Let's go back to Jake.
All right, Anderson, thanks so much. Yeah, we have some more unfinished business. CNN can project that Donald Trump will be the winner of the state of Alaska with its 3 electoral votes. Donald Trump wins Alaska. As you can see on the board there, that only leaves Nevada and Arizona uncalled by CNN as of right now. Donald Trump's big win last night, of course, smashed the Democratic coalition. So we're going to dig into our exit poll data for clues next as to where some key voting blocks are shifting with Trump heading back to the White House. Plus, we're going to track those outstanding contests in the fight for control of the House of Representatives. Stay with us. Welcome back. Election night in America continued. Right now, we continue to track all the latest reaction to Donald Trump's stunning victory over Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's go to David Shelley now. He's digging deeper into some of the exit poll data. And David, you're looking at how some traditionally Democratic voting groups shifted toward Donald Trump. Tell us what you're finding.
Yeah, some key demographics where we see a real shift towards Trump. Latino voters, the one that jumps out off the page of the exit polls. Jake, here you see Harris won Latino voters 52% to 46%. That's a 6 percentage point advantage. They make up about 12% of the electorate. Joe Biden, 4 years ago, had a 33-point advantage over Trump with Latino voters. Trump increased his support by 14 points. Take a look here among young voters. Harris wins them 54% to 43%. They are 14% of the electorate. She has an 11-point advantage there. This was a much bigger advantage for Joe Biden 4 years ago. Looking at those who earn less than $100,000 a year, Trump wins these voters 50% to 46%. They are 60% of the electorate. 6 out of 10 voters earn less than $100,000 a year. I just want you to know, Biden won these by 13 points 4 years ago. Trump flipped it. He wins them by 4. And independent voters, 34% of the electorate. That is a big increase in the share of the electorate that says they're independent. It was only a quarter 4 years ago. Harris wins them 49 to 46, a 3-point margin. Biden won them by 13 points. So Trump narrows the margin with independents by 10 points from 4 years ago to last night, Jake.
All right, now to John King at the Magic Wall.
And Jake, David lays out all the progress Trump made with different demographic groups. This is how it ends up on the map. This is the presidential race by county. There are, 4,100 something counties and townships across the United States of America, right? So you can look at it statewide like this, red states and blue states. But if you look at it, one of the conversations Democrats are going to have after this election is maybe we should stop calling this flyover country. They're hardworking Americans, like David just noted, people who make less than $100,000 a year. And these are red states. Are Democrats going to flip them right away? No, but they better learn to understand and to communicate with these people. Now, I want to follow up on one of the points David just made and ask him a question about it, actually. I just want to come down here and show. He was just talking about Trump's growth among Latino voters. So let's bring this in right here. These are counties across the country where the Hispanic population is 30% or more, right? That's what you're seeing on the map right now. They are mostly, you see some in Florida, a little bit in the east, but they're mostly as you come here into the Southwest. If they're blue, Harris won them. If they're red, Trump won them. So I would just want to walk through this, right? Democrats have been saying for years, we're going to make Texas competitive. We're going to make Texas blue. Look at all these counties where the Hispanic population is 30% or more carried by Donald Trump in the state of Texas. People at home are saying, oh, well, Texas is Republican. Don't make such a big deal about that. Well, let's move over to New Mexico. Still a blue state, but a narrower margin than we've seen in years past. If you look at that right there. And again, look at Trump winning these counties where the Hispanic population is 30% or more. And then I want to bring David in on this point. Come over here. This is Arizona, right? A battleground state that Donald Trump we haven't called it yet, but he's leading it. And David, you see there, even here, Pima County, it's a big county, Tucson, second largest county in the state, below Maricopa County. Yes, Harris wins this county with 41%, but look at the difference. Trump gets a little bit points. And then you come down here to the border. Santa Cruz County, right at the border, right? Trump against Biden gets 32% if you round up there, and then, bam, up to 40%. So it's the growth, David, among these Latino voters in Arizona, in Nevada, that are making those battleground states trended his way, at least in this cycle. And you see it in other places as well. It just makes the Republican coalition bigger, stronger, wider.
And part of what is delivering him this popular vote majority, this big electoral majority, is that he's losing places by less, right? So even though he's losing there, he's losing by less, and he's doing that all over the country. But in Arizona specifically, where you are, he increased his share of the Latino vote, his support, by 5 percentage points from 4 years ago. That makes a difference.
That's enormous.
Yeah.
It's enormous in a place like that. And Jake, before I come back, I just want to do the flip side of that. Come back out to the national map, and let's bring in these counties. Now we're looking here. Let's come all the way out. And you're looking here where the Hispanic population is 30% or more. Now I'm going to bring in the other big thing that we know Trump did yesterday, cutting into what is traditionally a Democratic base. This is the African-American population. So now you're looking at African-American counties. This will slide out of the way in just a second, and you can see more of them. But you see all these counties. This is where the African-American population is 30% or more. You see a lot of red on that map, don't you? You see, just bring one out here. Let's just go into Georgia and bring it out. Donald Trump winning counties where the African-American population is 30% or more. That used to be, the math worked this way. You have 30% or more of the black vote. That's a foundation for the Democrats. Then you just got to get to 50, right, in those counties. Donald Trump is proving again, at least in this election, Jake, his coalition is expanding, and the Democrats need to go to school to figure out what happened here.
All right, John King, thanks so much. In addition to the White House, the Republican Party also picked up the U.S. Senate last night. Joining us next, a Republican senator who is now vying for majority leader. Florida's Rick Scott is standing by. Welcome back to Election Night in America. Continued tonight. Former President Donald Trump is preparing for his return to Washington after nearly 4 years in political exile. The White House is set. But let's dive into the balance of power on Capitol Hill. Republicans, we know, will take control of the U.S. Senate, but the outcome in the U.S. House of Representatives remains uncertain at this hour. Boris Sanchez is looking at where things stand. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, the House is still up for grabs, but things are trending in a specific direction. I'll explain in just a moment. First, let's look at the state of play, the balance of power in the U.S. House. Democrats hold 191 seats with 2 pickups, Republicans 208 with 6 pickups. 36 seats remain yet to be determined. You need 218 for control of the chamber. So you see, Republicans are only about 10 seats away. When it comes to Democrats trying to take control of the chamber, let's talk about the magic number that they need. Right now, Democrats need 8 Republican seats. They need to flip those 8 Republican seats to take control of the chamber. They're currently leading in 4 Republican districts, and that's not really an indicator of the whole picture because Republicans are currently leading in 2 seats where Democrats hold that district. So really, it's a net gain of 2 seats for Democrats, far below the 8 that they would need. Let's look at some key race alerts right now to show you where things stand in 2 very important races. The first in New York's 4th district. This is in Long Island, a district that Joe Biden won by double digits back in 2020. There, Laura Gillen, the town supervisor, has a lead of about 6,000 votes against incumbent Republican Congressman Anthony D'Esposito. D'Esposito, a former NYPD detective. 92% of the vote in that district in New York. The Democrat in the lead, poised to potentially flip it. The opposite is true in Alaska's at-large district. Here, you have Republican Nick Begich currently leading against incumbent Democratic Congresswoman Mary Peltola. Peltola, a freshman, the first Native Alaskan to ever serve in the U.S. Congress. She actually won 2 years ago in large part because Alaska has ranked choice voting, and she went up against two Republicans who effectively canceled each other out. Now, only going up against one Republican, you see where it stands. He's 11,000 votes ahead, 71% of the vote in Alaska. Jake?
All right, Boris, with Republicans taking the U.S. Senate and Mitch McConnell, the current Republican leader, stepping down as the Senate Republican leader, there is now a major job opening, and Manu Raju is diving into who is hoping to succeed the Kentucky senator and carry out Trump's agenda on Capitol Hill. Manu.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, this majority at least will be 52-48. It could be up to 54-46, depending how the Nevada and Pennsylvania races shake out. Those races, Republicans currently leading in those Democratic seats. But let's look at the three candidates who are vying for one of the most powerful jobs in Washington, to be the Senate Majority Leader. Now, one of them is Senator John Thune. He's the current number 2, the Republican whip. He's had this, been in the Senate since 2005. He did back Tim Scott, the Republican senator for president. He had a bit of a fraught relationship with Trump for some time. He's trying to bolster those ties as of late. But he's also facing up against Senator John Cornyn. Cornyn was a 2-time chair of the Senate GOP campaign committee, himself a former Republican whip, used to be the number 2 in that position. He has spent years trying to build a fundraising apparatus, pouring millions of dollars into his potential votes, his colleagues' campaign accounts over the many years here. But the question is, will that ultimately help him get the votes at the end of the day? And then there's a third candidate in this race, Senator Rick Scott. He just won re-election last night to his second term in Florida. He was a former Senate GOP campaign chairman himself, trying to align himself more as being the Trump candidate in this race. He did back Trump before the Iowa caucuses, but he has seen a bit of more of a long shot in this race, Jake. This is a race that is typically you win by relationship building within the United States Senate. Cornyn and Thune seem as more to the favorites. This is a secret ballot race, Jake, that takes place a week from today.
All right, thanks, Manu. And joining us now is that long shot, Republican Senator Rick Scott of Florida. Congratulations on your re-election, Senator. Have you talked with President-elect Trump, who I guess is a constituent of yours, about wanting to be the leader of the Senate?
Absolutely. Well, first off, Jake, when you did my debate back in the 2014 race, we've doubled our votes. We got 6 million votes this time. We got about 3.1 last time, nearly 6 million this time. We won by over 1 million votes. This state is clearly red. The Hispanic vote, which you've just been talking about, clearly was the game changer. La Florida is roja. I've been working to make sure we win the Hispanic vote. We won Miami by 10 points. We won Osceola County, which is primarily Puerto Rican. We won that one. We won all of our major cities, the counties they're in, except for one. I put a lot of effort in making sure we get the Hispanic vote. We did it because they know that Republicans are going to help them. In my case, what I always talk about is living the dream of this country. We all need to do it. Didn't matter the color of your skin. You ought to have that dream. So I think Florida now has become the center of the Republican Party in the country. And I think the rest of the country can learn a lot about what we've done in Florida. Now, with regard to the Senate Majority Leader race, I think I'm going to win because I'm talking to my colleagues about what they want. And here's what they want. They want change. They want to be part of the process. They want to be treated as equals. They want somebody that has a relationship with Trump. They want somebody who has a plan. They want somebody who has a relationship with the House. I've got a great working relationship with Donald Trump. He supported me when I ran against McConnell 2 years ago.
Is he supporting you?
I've got a great working relationship with the Speaker in the House. And I think that they want somebody that's going to get things done. Business guys. I'm a business guy. We get our stuff done.
Is Donald Trump supporting you in your race for Majority Leader?
Well, we're going to see what he does. He's been very supportive of me when I ran before, so I've been talking to him. But we'll see. He to get through his race first, so we'll see what he does if he engages. But I can tell you, my colleagues want change. They want to be part of the process.
Right.
They know that Donald Trump's got a great mandate. They want that to happen.
Let me ask you, because Donald Trump, as you know, and I don't mean this in a pejorative sense, but he's not the most patient individual in the world. And I think he's going to be frustrated if Republicans continue to allow the filibuster, because as of right now, there are not 60 Republican votes, which means that if the filibuster exists, I know you know this, but just for the folks at home, a minority, the Senate minority of Democrats, will be able to block legislation, including, the massive deportation process that Donald Trump wants to happen, and on and on. Are you committed to keeping the filibuster? Mitch McConnell said earlier today that the filibuster should stay.
I believe in the filibuster, but the way you get things done in the Senate is you talk to people. What's been happening up there, I've been up here 6 years. The Republicans and Democrats don't talk to each other. We've got to say, what's our agenda? We've got to be clear with our agenda. I've done deals all my life. And the way I got deals done is I said, what would you like to have happen? All right, and let's see if we can find common ground. That's what we have to start doing. We have to have somebody that's going to run the Senate, that's going to work with Republicans and work with Democrats and find common ground to get things done.
All right, Senator, thank you so much, and congratulations on your reelection. President-elect Trump says he wants RFK Jr. to, quote, go wild on health care. Is it a good idea to give somebody who knows so little about vaccines and science and health care a key role in vaccines and science and health policy? CNN's own health expert, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, is going to weigh in next.
Back to CNN's coverage of election night in America continued. One of President-elect Donald Trump's most vocal allies has been Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who Trump has said he'll let, quote, go wild on health and, quote, go wild on the medicines. Kennedy, who has a long history of pushing debunked vaccine science, is expected to have a lot of influence in the next Trump administration. Exactly what his role will be is unclear. Today said he will immediately, that was his word, begin studying vaccine safety. I want to bring in CNN Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Sanjay, what are you hearing from experts in the health and medical community about the idea of RFK Jr. Having a role in all this?
Well, it's a diverse community, so they don't usually speak with one monolithic voice. But I think with regard to vaccines, people are in pretty much universal agreement here that, some of his comments really stand the possibility of rewinding lots of decades, generations really, of public health advances. So that is a real concern. The challenge, I think, is at the same time he says things that there's a lot of agreement on. The Make America Healthy Again movement. I mean, he's not the first person to talk about this, Anderson, but the idea that, as in the United States, we spend $4.5 trillion on health care and we have some of the worst health outcomes in the developed world is true. Again, he's not the first person to bring this up, but those are true statements, and a lot of those negative impacts can be attributed to food. 70% of chronic disease in this country probably related to how we nourish ourselves. So we're spending all this money creating this disease and trying to fix it. And on that, he makes a lot of good points. Might he be able to get something done in that area? We're not sure. But with the vaccines, I think there's a universal agreement, really, among medical professionals that he has said some really dangerous things in the past.
RFK Jr. often says that he's not anti-vax, and I want to play something he said in an interview today.
I'm not going to take away anybody's vaccines. I've never been anti-vaccine. I'm going to make sure the scientific safety studies and efficacies are out there and people can make individual assessments about whether that product is going to be good for them.
Do you buy that?
Well, I mean, look, I've covered him for a long time. And frankly, it is difficult to sort of pin him down because he says sort of two things that are almost the exact opposite. He did this interview with Casey Hunt a few months ago. Just listen to this, and I'll explain at the end.
Can you name any vaccines that you think are good?
I think some of the live virus vaccines are probably averting more problems than they're causing. There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
So you did say it. Do you still believe it?
Well, here's what I would say. First of all, I'm not anti-vaccine.
How is that statement not anti-vaccine?
Well, I can say right now there's no medicine for cancer that's safe and effective. It doesn't mean I'm against all medicines. What I want is vaccines that are proven safe.
Yeah, I mean, you heard that. I'm not exactly sure what that means. I'm not anti-vax, but I don't think there's any vaccines that are safe and effective. I mean, I don't know what to make of it, and I think it's really hard to pin him down. And again, we've been reporting on him for a long time. Couple points. First of all, vaccines are tested for safety and efficacy before they are licensed and approved ultimately by the FDA. I mean, there's a whole process. It's very similar to any other drug. They go through these trials. And then with vaccines in particular, like with COVID vaccine, for example, you have billions of people, Anderson, who've taken it around the world. So you have a lot of post-market data, meaning you follow people over time. You know, he's also talked, he continues to talk about the link between vaccines and autism. He just did an interview in June where he said, again, he believes vaccines cause autism. So it's confusing. And to be clear, there have been these huge studies. When I say huge, I mean hundreds of thousands of kids in many, many countries around the world who are followed for more than a decade. Kids who've been vaccinated, kids who've not been vaccinated, follow them along and say, are there increased levels of autism in those who've been vaccinated? And the answer is no. This has been a widely studied thing. People were concerned, so they studied it for 15, 20 years worth of data. There was one study that came out in 2018 that said the kids who were not vaccinated may have actually been more likely to be on the autism spectrum. So that issue has really been studied. It was raised. You know, you and I talked to Andrew Wakefield many, many years ago. He was the first person to really raise that. It's been debunked, but he continues to bring this up. We don't know what causes autism, but we know that vaccines don't, Anderson.
All right, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, appreciate it. The Trump transition already starting to take shape. Our coverage continues just ahead. The nation's capital now on the brink of a second Trump presidency, a new era of uncertainty and dramatically changing priorities at the highest levels of power. This is CNN's coverage of Election Night in America continued. I'm Anderson Cooper. Tonight, Donald Trump's transition team is beginning to set up shop for the president-elect's return to the White House 4 years after he left in defeat and in the view of his opponents in disgrace. The political landscape historically changed overnight by Mr. Trump's overwhelming electoral victory that expanded the number of red states and broke through the Democrats' blue wall. Mr. Trump is celebrating his success as Vice President Kamala Harris has now officially conceded the election after their deeply divisive and unpredictable campaign. Caitlin Collins is anchoring in West Palm Beach, Florida for us tonight. So let's talk about the transition process. What are you hearing, Caitlin?
Well, Anderson, something that happened in 2016 is the Trump team didn't feel quite ready to go on day one. Remember, some of those earliest executive orders, including his travel ban, faced big legal challenges in the courts and often sloppy rollout processes. I'm told that they are going to try to change that this time around. And right now, they have already drafted executive orders and certain policies that they want to implement on day one, as well as reversals of regulations that have been put in place by the Biden administration. We kind of saw that happening to a degree when Biden first took office. He was reversing a lot of the work that Donald Trump did by executive order. Expect to see that on day one of a second Trump term. And of course, the question is who is doing that for him, Anderson? And when it comes to staffing, as you just referenced, yes, there are already thousands of people lined up for potential jobs. The question is who Trump picks for those positions. And right now, just to give you a sense of how much the jockeying is already underway, Palm Beach is teeming tonight with potential Trump staffers who are here, who a lot of them were here last night at his election night party, either at Mar-a-Lago or at the convention center, and changed or delayed their travel plans after last night's victory and decided to stick around because that's how quickly they believe he can make these decisions. And Kristen Holmes is here with me, and I'm hearing that Trump could be making some of these decisions within days. We could see some of these high-level positions that obviously will have a big influence on what his term looks like and just the process and the way that they're approaching this with.
Yeah, and some of these people have actually already sat down with Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon to have conversations about what they would be interested in. These are people who have been, yes, the co-chairs of the transition team, what position they might be interested in. And that has not been relayed to Trump until today because Trump did not really want to be part of taking seriously any kind of transition because of the fact that he is so superstitious. But I do want to talk about one position in particular that I think will likely be one of the most important positions in this administration, which is Attorney General. One of the things that we talked about, and you talk about drafting those executive orders and what Donald Trump wants to do on day one, the other thing that he had wanted to do for quite some time is yield enormous amount of executive power power. And in doing that, that would mean taking the Justice Department, which is under the executive branch, but technically has operated historically as an independent entity, and moving it underneath the executive so that he would have so much more power. That means that one of the most critical jobs in this administration will be Attorney General, because that person will work hand in hand with Donald Trump. And some of the names that we're hearing floated for Attorney General are Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, for example. Senator Mike Lee is on there, Mark Paletta, Matt Whitaker, a former Trump attorney. These are people whose names are being floated right now. The other part of why this is so critical, that person is likely going to be responsible for getting rid of or releasing those cases against him, particularly that January 6th case that they want to get rid of.
Yeah, and Mike Lee was actually at the Mar-a-Lago watch party last night. We saw him there. And when it comes to Attorney General, J.D. Vance said something that's really struck me about 6 weeks ago. He said it might even be a more important position than the vice president, which is obviously a heartbeat away from the presidency. He was saying that's how they're viewing that role in terms of the importance that you're talking about. He viewed it as a more important and prominent position than his own. And Donald Trump's first Attorney General, Alabama's Senator Jeff Sessions, that he took from the Senate and put in that position, he was so angered by him and his decisions that it is certainly something that Trump obviously is going to give a lot of thought to.
And Bill Barr. I mean, one of his biggest regrets, he has said, was bringing Bill Barr into the administration, who obviously turned on him after not January 6th, after he was denying the election in 2020, and Bill Barr said it was because he was lying. But I mean, this is something he's putting a lot of consideration into.
Yeah, and of course, Bill Barr then obviously criticized him and then voted for him ultimately. Anderson, just to give you a little bit of a preview into what is ahead here for this transition.
Yeah, Caitlin, thanks very much. Kristen, as well, back with the team here in New York. David Urban, it is interesting how many people sort of cycle out of Donald Trump's orbit and then sort of come back into it. I mean, something happens.
You're never dead in Trump world.
Yeah, it's a really interesting. I mean, Steve Bannon, it seems like, has come and gone. Bill Barr, these others.
Yeah, I mean, it's just look. Good thing is the president doesn't hold a grudge, I guess.
How different do you think the setup of his administration is going to be this time compared to last time?
Look, I think it'll start out much stronger this time than it last time. Last time, as Alyssa was talking about earlier, there was a lot of chaos in the beginning, a lot of sniping, a lot of backbiting. You remember a lot of leaking, a lot of leaking in the beginning. And this campaign, as Axe and others have noted, was run completely professionally, no leaking, very tight. And I would suspect that kind of operation will move now into the White House as some of this campaign team moves into the White House. If Susie Wiles is the chief of staff, I would not suspect there'll be any leaks, or they will be exiled. She's a no-nonsense person, and this team is a cohesive team. You have to not like each other to start leaking, right? And that's what causes leaks. You have competing, camps and factions, and somebody trying to gain an advantage over others. The campaign team got along very well. They knew the order. Nobody was trying to kill each other. No one was trying to get ahead. No one was fighting for headlines. Nobody was getting more Twitter followers or social media, addicts. And so they're behind the scenes, low profile, but very effective.
But let's be clear. The biggest leaker is Donald Trump himself. So, there's a limit to what you can control. But I just want to say something about the conversation we just heard about the Attorney General's office, because one of the big concerns, our government functions because of norms and the integrity of people in these positions, not to abuse these positions. And one of Trump's frustrations, as has been reported, was that these attorneys general acted as sort of guardrails and told him what he couldn't do. We keep hearing, well, he didn't go after his political enemies, not for lack of trying. There were people who there were people who said, no, you can't do that. So Attorney General, the people who run the regulatory agencies and so on, this could really change how the government works and put in the president the leverage to not only punish his enemies, but to pressure people and bring them to heel. And it really bears watching.
And if both houses of Congress are in Republican control, the idea of oversight or investigations of the administration, that's unlikely.
Right. I think it would actually be far more likely that you'd have a Republican House investigating adversaries of Donald Trump's in that scenario, which is very likely. But a number of the people who are floated are former colleagues of mine, people I worked with in the first Trump term. And there's some names that stand out. Someone like a Mark Paoletta, a very serious attorney, someone who's close with Clarence Thomas, clerked for him. He was counsel to Mike Pence, but also stayed very close to Donald Trump. Rick Grinnell, somebody who's been considered both UN and Secretary of State. They're people who may be highly partisan, but they've worked in White Houses before, they've worked in agencies, and there'll be an ability to actually just start on day one. I don't think people properly appreciate how much the first 6 months of the Trump administration was like, oh, where's the bathroom? Where do you sit? Where do you do this? And that's not there. There are plans ready to go. There are people ready to staff it. I'm surprised there's not more sitting elected officials. I thought, Haggerty's name's been mentioned, but I would have thought there'd be more from the Senate.
You'll see some more House members and people, as things progress forward. There are a lot of House members that like to be, in higher
out
level
of the House,
high level positions, right? Like if you're the UN ambassador, right? That's a great gig, or ambassador, NATO ambassador.
Are you applying right now?
No, but these are good jobs, right? And there are a lot of House members that would say, like, look, I'd love to be Secretary of the Navy or Secretary of the Army. So there are great jobs that the government needs to be filled, and people who are incredibly capable. And they're Trump loyalists. And so
Ken Paxton, who was mentioned there, the Attorney General of Texas, is a guy who himself has had a series of legal problems. He was the guy also who put the Attorney Generals together to try and overturn the election in Pennsylvania in 2020. I think that's not confidence.
But for what it's worth, I'm not sure Ken Paxton's on the short list.
No, and I think you've got to keep your eyes on the national security space. That's always been what my concern has been. Who's going to actually be running the national security apparatus of the American government in a second Trump term? It's almost always been nonpartisans, people who are career people like Gina Haspel. That's not what we saw listed there. They do have to get through some confirmations, but
the other thing too is that the people doing the picking matter a lot as well. And when you have people, like Tulsi Gabbard, who's a friend of mine, but her view of Ukraine is not the view that I have. You have a lot of people who are going to be picked because they're going to be willing to do something that I think will shock a lot of Americans in the national security context, abandoning a democracy against Russia. That's on the table. The other thing is, I don't think we should whistle past the graveyard here. I think what David Axelrod is saying, it should be taken very seriously by everybody listening. A lot of people don't understand. There is a reason that we do things a certain way in this country. There's a reason that you do not have the Department of Justice, the top cops in the country, sitting directly under the President of the United States doing whatever he says. There's a reason you want the top cops to be separate so that they can enforce the law, they can prosecute fairly. The very thing that Donald Trump was accusing Biden of, that he had weaponized the Department of Justice, that he was sicking the federal cops on people, is what Donald Trump actually wants to do. In fact, if Biden was somebody who was doing that, I'm sure his own son wouldn't have been prosecuted by his own DOJ. And so Biden, for whatever you think about what happened with the prosecution of Donald Trump, there was a firewall there between Biden and those cops. That may go away. We have never lived in that country. In fact, the reason that we have these norms is because Richard Nixon actually abused those things, and America learned a very, very tough lesson. So I think it's very important. It's good for us to understand the balls and the strikes, but the game is changing. Yeah. The game is changing under Donald Trump, conceivably.
Well, let's just wait and see. Let's not go swing too wide here.
Sure.
So
I saw a few attorney generals come and go.
Wait and see. Listen, and interestingly, there's also who is the FBI director, right? Some of these are very big jobs and very big positions, and so to your point, there are, Alyssa points out correctly, John Ratcliffe and others, Paoletta, these are serious adults, people who are going to take an oath to the Constitution of the United States. And
you got good folks mixing there with the bad.
I would like to be surprised on the high side. Honestly, as an American, I would like to be surprised on the high side. But given what Donald Trump has said and given what we know he has said privately, this bears watching.
I don't disagree with you on your side. I think it's, from your perspective, I think that, this is what oversight is about generally, right? In the House and the Congress has oversight of committees and things.
But this is my point. Look, right now, here's the scary part. This is what you're doing, I think, a very good job of making sure people stay calm. But there are people who are not calm. And people are not calm because Donald Trump was not calm for a long time on the campaign trail, saying stuff that was scary. And now you're looking at possible one-party rule with no checks and balances, and a president that sounds like he wants to use the DOJ in a bad way.
And I would hope that the DOJ is used to get plenty of bad guys. Right? Listen, we've got so many things to accomplish in our country to make it better, right? There's enough. We're talking about deporting illegal immigrants, right? These illegal immigrants who cross the border. They are criminal aliens. We talked about this before. The Obama administration did a great job on it. I'd like to see the Trump administration deport the 350,000.
One of the things you were saying, though, in the last couple of weeks on like RFK Jr. was, well, look, he's not going to be Secretary of HHS because he never passed confirmation. He could pass confirmation now.
Yeah, I mean, he could, but I don't think he's going to be the Secretary of HHS. I just don't think he's. Listen, I don't think RFK Jr. wants to be the Secretary of HHS. It is an incredibly, nuts and bolts kind of job. I think he'd rather be, kind of a czar, a healthcare czar that gets to sit over lots of things and talk about vaccines, talk about childhood diabetes, talk about healthcare spending. As Sanjay Gupta pointed out, we spend the most of healthcare of any country in the world and have the worst results of any country. I mean, there are certain things that are actually worth looking into.
For what it's worth, though, West Wing advisors to Donald Trump in many ways are as powerful as some cabinet secretaries. It's the person who's the last person in his ear who can get certain things in front of him.
Yep.
So kind of having this floating, undefined role where he may
even
be
scarier
in the president's ear without the oversight of the Senate and confirmation.
But it's hard. It's harder to move the levers, right? Not
necessarily.
If you're the cabinet secretary,
a lot of cabinet members would disagree with you.
All right, still ahead. Much more of our special coverage of election night in America continued. Joining us next is Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace. We'll get her thoughts on what's ahead.
And welcome back to our special coverage. Election night in America continued. Tonight, Donald Trump's once unthinkable comeback is shaking up the entire American political landscape. CNN's David Chalian is joining us again with more on our exit polling. And David, so interesting what happened this election. You have more information about mail voters and how they really were key to propelling Trump to victory. Tell us more.
There's no doubt about it, Jake. You heard a lot about the manosphere, the way Trump was messaging throughout the campaign. It was a direct appeal to mail voters, and it paid off. Trump gets 55% of mail voters in this election to Harris's 42%. The gender gap, when you talk about it, that 13-point advantage swamped the 8-point advantage Harris had with women. So the gender gap played to Trump's advantage. Look among young voters, 18 young male voters, 18 to 29-year-old men. Trump wins them here by 2 points in this election, 49% to 47%. Biden won them by double digits just 4 years ago. Trump flipped it around, now winning young male voters. Take a look here at the Latino vote among men. Male Latino voters, Trump gets 55% of that vote. Harris, 43%. That 12-point Trump advantage 4 years ago, Jake, this category was a 23-point advantage for Biden. It's a 35-point swing with Latino men to Trump from Biden 4 years ago. And black men performed roughly where they were 4 years ago. Harris wins 77% of black men, Trump 21%, a slightly narrower margin than existed with black men between Trump and Biden 4 years ago, Jake.
All right, interesting stuff. Thanks so much, David. Joining us now, Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina. First of all, Congresswoman, congratulations on your re-election. I want to ask you about those numbers that you just saw. Trump winning men under 30 years old. Based on your time out on the stump and your time campaigning in South Carolina in your district, what is the reason, do you think, behind that flip for men under 30?
Well, I think attacking male voters, I mean, we saw that on the campaign trail by some on the far left, and I think he gave them a voice. But the other thing about the gender gap this year, too, because I read CNN before I came on your show, Jake, tonight, was that while Kamala won women this year, she won women at a smaller, more tighter margin than was anticipated as well. And so there was a different gender gap, I guess, so to speak. But we have to work as Republicans to win women voters over the next time around as well.
One of President-elect Trump's top priorities, he says, is deporting all undocumented immigrants, not just those who have committed violent crimes, but everyone who is here illegally. We don't even know how many people that is. It might be 20 million, 25 million. Do you support that? Should the Trump administration deport every undocumented immigrant in the country?
Well, in fact, I have a bill, Jake, that we passed out of the House with over 50 Democrats, the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. I do support the deportation of those who are here illegally. And more importantly, we need to have some way to incentivize legal immigration. My district and my state, we need workers here on visas, but we want them to come here legally. And so how do we move forward and how do we do that and incentivize legal immigration? And that's going to be the big question too. But I'd like to start with deporting those who are the most violent criminals, those who are raping people or they're pedophiles or murderers. Those should be the first ones to go. And let's figure out a way how we incentivize people to come here legally.
So, no. I'm not going to debate you on the issue of the violent people, obviously, but what about the people who are here illegally and they're the ones doing, working in kitchens and restaurants and they're housekeepers, they're doing landscaping, they are otherwise peaceful contributors to society. They pay their taxes even, et cetera, et cetera. Do they just get rounded up and deported? Is there, you talk about legal immigration for individuals. Do they have to go back and then go back to their home country and then come back into the United States? How is it going to work? Because obviously, 20, 25 million people, that's a lot of people, and it will have an impact on the economy. To just explain to me how you envision it working and whether Congress, assuming the Republicans keep control, will support a move to deport all of them.
Right. Well, I'm not going to speak for President Trump on how he wants to do it, but I will say this. Yes, we need workers in this country, but our visa program is broken. We have these arbitrary caps on H-1B and H-2B visas. My district relies on seasonal workers from other countries, but we have these arbitrary caps that limit the number of workers we can bring in. And they're seasonal. They come here for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, they go home, they reapply again. That system is broken. We need to fix that system and allow more workers to get on the worker visa program and come here legally, work, reapply as needed, however that program works. With the deportation, I'm going to tell you, Trump not only won the Electoral College, he won the popular vote so far as we can see, and it looks like most Americans are okay with the policy of deporting those who are here illegally. Get in line like everyone else who came here legally, do it the right way, and let's get it done. That's what the most people in this country want. Immigration was on the ballot, women's issues were on the ballot this year, and they overwhelmingly chose Trump.
We did see abortion-related referenda pass in multiple states, including red states like Missouri and Montana and Arizona, supporting abortion rights, access to abortion. Where do you see that issue going? There are obviously Republicans in the House, Republicans in the Senate that are going to continue to push for a national ban of some sort, even if it is at 15 weeks, 16 weeks. Do you think that should go forward?
I don't see that on the immediate agenda at all. And the states that this is a states' rights issue, and the states that are putting abortion as a ballot referendum statewide, that's the right move. I've supported that move. I would support it in South Carolina. But there is a lot of common ground on other issues related to women. As Trump has said, he put it in the Republican Party platform this summer. He wants to protect women's access to IVF. Everyone in this country supports IVF, so let's start there. Let's also find a way to protect women who are victims of rape or girls who are victims of incest. Let's protect access to contraception and birth control, all those things that the vast majority of Americans, 99.9% of us, agree on. That's where we need to start. That's what the mandate, I believe, is. And you've seen that in red states where people support abortion who are pro-choice. And so we really have to read the room as Republicans and find a way to balance our beliefs and believing in life, but also women's rights, because women care about it, and it's an issue that I've campaigned on. I've worked really hard on this. I have numerous bills that protect women's rights, both at the state and federal level, and that is a body of work that we as Republicans should encourage and work on, and I will be there standing in the brink, trying to make sure that we do right by women. It's my job. It's what voters asked me and elected me to do, and I will be right there with them.
And what will you do if there's a move on when it comes to the mailing or shipment of abortion medication, mifepristone? There are those, as you know, who want to invoke the Comstock Act to make it illegal to mail it. Would you support that? Will a Republican Congress support that?
Well, I spoke out against the Texas cases of mifepristone and also trisomy 18 because I believe those rulings in court were unconstitutional. It is the law of the land. It's approved by the FDA. You don't have to agree with the FDA, but that's what the FDA decided and approved, just like the Alabama ruling. I was one of the first Republicans to speak out against that. The same thing with the Arizona abortion ruling from 1860-something. There are some laws out there that are archaic, and we want to make sure that we're not running down that rabbit hole, and I'm going to support women through and through, as I always have in my time in Congress.
All right, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, good to see you, and congratulations again. Thanks so much for being with us this evening.
Yes, sir.
Just ahead, Donald Trump is the first convicted felon ever elected president of the United States. Does his return to the White House mean all his legal troubles will disappear? And should people get rid of the check this box if you're a convicted felon from all job applications from now on? Stay with us. And we're back with more of our special live coverage of Donald Trump's historic victory. The former president already surpassing the necessary 270 electoral votes. With just 2 more states still waiting to be projected, Arizona and Nevada, we do expect he will probably win those, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. A big question yet to be answered with Donald Trump's election. What happens to his criminal and civil cases? Let's bring in CNN Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent Paula Reed. Paula, in just 20 days, the president-elect is due to be sentenced for those 34 felonies he was convicted of in the New York hush money cover-up case. You have some new reporting on that.
That's right. I'm told that his legal team is going to try to make sure that sentencing never happens. As we know, their usual strategy is always to just try to get things delayed. But here they're going to argue to the judge that the sentencing should never happen because now that Trump is president-elect, they will say that he is entitled to the same constitutional protections as a sitting president and should be protected from state actors, and in this case, state prosecutors. Now, the judge overseeing that case, Judge Juan Merchan, he's given himself a deadline of November 12th to decide if the conviction against Trump should be tossed. Based on the Supreme Court's recent ruling on immunity, if he tosses the conviction, there'll be no sentencing. But if that sentencing continues to go forward, this is the argument that the Trump team is going to make.
And Paul, let's turn to the federal cases against Trump in Washington, D.C. and in Florida. What do you know about the next steps that Special Counsel Jack Smith intends to take?
So I've learned from my sources that today Jack Smith was actually talking to top leaders at the Justice Department about how to wind down both of these cases. I'm told that these conversations will continue for a few days. They are looking at Justice Department memos about how you can indict or prosecute a sitting president, trying to figure out how that applies to a president-elect. But I'm told that there's a lot to work through here. Of course, Trump was charged along with co-defendants. There's also questions about the future of the special counsel's office. But based on my reporting, we should expect in the coming weeks that the special counsel's office will try to wind down these cases so Trump won't have to have his Justice Department fire Jack Smith, as he has threatened to do. But I also want to remind people, Jack Smith has an obligation to submit a report detailing all of his findings to the Attorney General, and we expect that the Attorney General will make that public, as he has done with other special counsel reports during his term.
All right, Paula, thanks so much. Let's go back to the panel here. Laura Coates is joining us. Is there any world in which any of these cases against Donald Trump could be picked up again in 4 years? The case in Georgia, or the 2 Jack Smith cases?
I don't see a world where it is, unless that world is somewhere other than Earth and we all move ourselves there. But I think we're in a different reality these days. But I think people are asking that question because technically you could try to toll something and say, well, look, if you're the President of the United States, you can't be encumbered by different litigation and beyond. Although the Paula Reed case, Paula from back when the Clinton days did tell us that Paula Jones, not Paula Reed, could tell us that you actually can, in fact, be able to have a case about a president if it's not conduct during office for civil matters. But I think there's very unlikely any world where we're going to have an instance where these will be told for a period of 4 years. The question everyone's asking right now is about the sentencing date of this New York case. He's a 34-time convicted felon. The voters did not think that was sufficient in many ways to say it was disqualifying for him. But now the judge has a choice. Can you actually sentence him for all practical reasons? Can you give him a prison sentence? I doubt it. He's a president. You have a supremacy clause where you're going to have a state court try to interrupt someone's ability to take the office. But also you have other options available to you. Probation, a non-actual prison sentence. But you also have that Supreme Court case that said, well, how about immunity? The judge has already said he has an internal deadline, I think of November 12th, to say, tell me if I should even be able to go forward with this action in and of itself because of it. There's a lot of different moving parts that suggest that Trump will be Teflon Don in the end.
Jake, can I make two quick points?
Yeah.
One, excuse me, Donald Trump talked a lot about 2 tiers of justice in this country. If there is any indication of the 2 tiers of justice, it's what we've seen here, and the ability it's true of any rich person with good lawyers, but especially Donald Trump, to delay these cases. 3 of the 4 cases probably will never be heard, and part of that is because of the way Trump's lawyers were able to work the system. The other point I'd make is the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, he didn't bring the case on election interference or his special counsel, Jack Smith, until 2.5 years after it happened. It wasn't until August of 2023. And I think a lot of people are going to say, why did it take so long? Why did it take 2.5 years for him to bring the case about what happened on January 6th?
Going back to your first point, it's not just that it's 2 tiers of justice. It's let's just take a step back to the whole goal of the presidential run initially wasn't just that he wanted to prove he wasn't a loser and maybe be president again. It was to get to this point where we are right now, to totally avoid all of these prosecutions, all of the questions and federal charges having to do with January 6th, classified documents. That was part of the run.
It was the classic get-out-of-jail-free card.
And guess what? Here we are. It's happening.
Right. It's working. And it might actually be part of the gamble that some who have been charged with January 6th-related crimes or convicted, the Stuart Rhodes of the world, the Enrique Tarrio of the world, who thought, maybe if I can hold my ground long enough that Donald Trump would ultimately pardon me. You've got,
and he said he will.
He said he will. He said if you're innocent, he might. There are people who've already in the court this week who've said, I want to delay my sentencing a little bit more because I think
about
they
the
might be able
January.
to
Just
do
to be
so.
clear here, you're talking about the January 6 rioters. Many of them have been convicted. Hundreds of them have been convicted. Do we really think that he's going to just blanket pardon all of them? I can certainly understand, some of the people, some of the more celebrated cases of the grandma who was in the wrong place at the wrong time, et cetera. But some of those people violently assaulted police officers. Some of them caused grievous long-term injury, if not worse, to police officers. We really think Donald Trump's going to pardon them?
I think it's a possibility. He has said, if you're innocent, I will pardon. Now, he might have his own decision of what, in fact, innocence looks like, but he has his own definition for a lot of things, and frankly, it's been part of a campaign promise he has made. Talking about Stuart Rhodes, I think it's 22 years. Enrique Tarrio, 18 years, if I'm not mistaken, at the time they're actually intending to serve in prison. He very well could make a statement about this. But one case I think is very ironic that he really can't get out from under. That's the exonerated 5 defamation lawsuit they recently filed against him for his statements at the recent debate against Kamala Harris, where he made a statement that they had in fact killed someone. They did not, or that
the Central
they had,
Park 5 or the
exonerated 5 in this instance. And a defamation case, one involving conduct outside of office, is not one in which he could escape having to deal with. And so it's ironic that the very case that many people pointed to Donald Trump about as an illustration of his views on black men, on these men, young boys in particular, could be the one that has the longest staying power in the end.
Well, I just want to ask one last quick question, and I'm just going to ask you, Deanna. Yes or no, Joe Biden is going to pardon Hunter?
I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I don't know. I'm not.
I know what I'd do.
I'm out of the prediction business.
I would pardon them.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean,
Well, the
my son.
Would he or should he? Or different question.
Well, Donald Trump told Hewitt last week in Hugh Hewitt in an interview last week that he would contemplate pardoning Hunter Biden. Can you imagine being beholden to him if you're Joe Biden? I think not.
Very interesting. But you think he? Do you think he will? Though I know you're saying if it was your son, you would. He has said he wouldn't, but that was before he dropped out of the race.
I was going to say, what's he got to lose?
All right. Coming up next, legendary journalists Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein weigh in on Donald Trump's political comeback and what his reelection means for the future of democracy in America. Stay with us.
And welcome back. Election night in America continued. The first Trump term was rife with scandals and controversies and leaks. Will a second administration stacked with loyalists have similar levels of chaos? That remains to be seen. Here are now two legendary journalists, best known for breaking the Watergate scandal that ultimately led to the resignation of former President Richard Nixon. Bob Woodward, the author of the new book War, and Carl Bernstein, author of Chasing History. Bob, let me start with you. You've interviewed Trump at least 20 times, and I know recently you said that former president is far worse than Richard Nixon. Obviously, a majority of voters were not concerned. I'm wondering what you thought last night as you watched results come in. What do you think of where we're at right now?
Well, it's the functioning of democracy. So he's president-elect. There are lots of things to watch in what will be the new Trump administration. I just want to cite one of them, and that is the relationship Trump has with Putin, the Russian leader. I talked a couple of months ago to Dan Coates, the former director of national intelligence under Trump, and I said, what's going on in this relationship between Trump and Putin? And Dan Coates said, it's so close, it seems like it might be blackmail. CIA Director Bill Burns said, Putin manipulates. He's professionally trained to do that. Putin's got a plan just to do this exactly when Trump, and it's what he did when Trump was in office previously, and he's planning it again at playing Trump. So there is much to watch, particularly in that relationship.
Carl, obviously, whatever problems the transition had the first time around in the new Trump administration, it seems like they've thought those out, they've learned from mistakes, and this will be far more, maybe, perhaps at least, it seems like it may be more efficient in the transition with no, if they have the Senate, if they have the House, obviously the Supreme Court, what do you make of what this administration might be like?
Well, you've correctly pointed out that Trump now has institutional memory and knows how to use the levers of the presidency fairly effectively. But the real question is a philosophical, moral, constitutional, and legal one, and that is, how is he going to use the immense powers of the President of the United States? He is someone whose life has been spent in retribution, seeking grievances to get attention to himself, to get his position favored through these grievances, going after his enemies. This was a campaign for president that was about enemies he has threatened, that he wants to bring to heel and into courtrooms what he calls the enemies from within, including the press, including members of the military who were his chiefs of staff, etc. The question is, he has this tremendous mandate to do good. He has been elected by this incredible margin. And let's hope that there are two Donald Trumps, that he will use these enormous powers in a constitutional way. I don't have any illusions about what it is he seeks to do in terms of his policies, but there are ways to do it legally. And in his first term, he went the other way. And so I think the hope has to be that somehow, maybe in his early days here, he'll read the Constitution of the United States and use it to help attain his goals.
Bob, in your career, in all your time in Washington, has there ever been any kind of situation similar to where we are now?
Well, the concentration of power in the presidency is absolutely astonishing. We've never had a president in the modern era that's come back. Carl's right. He's said and promised that he's going to settle scores. He has alienated lots of people in the national security establishment. You could name the generals and the defense secretaries and the secretaries of state who worked under him, who actually didn't even want Trump on the ballot. So there's lots of suspicion. In our business, the media, there's going to be lots of watching. There is incredible constitutional authority that the president has, and every step is going to be observed and monitored as it should. But Carl's right. Is there a Trump who will look at this as an opportunity to do good? When he was president the first time, he did, and he absolutely flubbed the coronavirus. He had the information. He could have saved all kinds of lives. He could have been the leader that in 2020 that was reelected because he was the hero to save lives. Instead, he kept waving it away and saying, oh, it's going to go away. It's not a problem. The last conversation I had with him on July 20th, 2020, I asked him, what are you going to do? What is your plan? Incredibly, he said, oh, don't worry. I'll have a plan in 106 days. 106 days was the election. He was worried about the election, not saving the lives of people in his country.
Bob Woodward, Carl Bernstein, I appreciate you being with us tonight. Thank you. Coming up next, the education divide that helped decide the presidential election. We're digging deeper into the exit polls and the keys to Donald Trump's victory.
Welcome back. We are following historic developments unfolding here in the United States of America. This is Election Night in America. Continued. And right now, Donald Trump is preparing for his return to the White House after beating Vice President Kamala Harris in a race unlike any in previous U.S. history. Let's check back in with CNN's David Chalian. And David, you've been combing through our exit poll data. What can you tell us about the education divide in this election and how it shaped the race?
Jake, you and I have talked about this at length. This is the dividing line of American politics, the education divide. That's sort of how we sort ourselves politically these days. Look here among white voters with a college degree. White college graduates, they make up about a third of the electorate. Kamala Harris wins them 52% to Trump's 45%. Biden won these voters by 3 points 4 years ago. She expands that. This was her one area of growth, basically, to a 7-point advantage. Look at white non-college. This is the Trump base. This is about the same, 66% for Trump, 32% for Harris as 4 years ago, but he grew the share. The Trump turnout was on the rise, and so they make up 39% of the electorate this time. Now I want to take a look at voters of color who have a college degree. 65% go for Harris, 32% go for Trump. That is a 33-point advantage. 4 years ago, Biden won the group by 43 points. So this is part of Harris's diminishment with some voters of color. And if you look at voters of color without a college degree, we see a similar trend. Here, Harris wins them by 30 points, 64% to 34%. They make up 19% of the electorate. But that 30-point gap, well, that was 46 points advantage for Biden 4 years ago. So, John, you see that Biden's big advantages with some of these categories, Harris still wins them. She won them by less.
She won them by less, and Trump expanded some of his opportunities with different groups. Let's come in at the Magic Wall and just show how this plays out at the map. You're looking at the state of the race where it is right now from a red-blue state perspective. But let's just bring into the conversation. I'm going to bring this out here. And I'll touch it again and come back out. So now you're looking at the deeper the purple, the more people without a college education live in that part of the country, right? So you see the deep shades of purple. If it's white, it's a higher rate of education. If it's purple, it's a lower. So let's just use battleground Pennsylvania as an example. Now you see this deep purple right across there, right? So let's just draw it out. Let's just draw this out. Let me just go around here, come down,
to the southern border of the state. You come on back. It's a little rough, but I'm roughly tracing the deepest of the purple, right? So why am I doing that? Now we'll turn this off. Okay, there's your non-college, highest percentage of non-college educated voters in that swath right there. Okay, turn this off. Look at it. That's the Trump base, as David just laid out. It's like clockwork. If you find those voters on the map demographically, it's going to be Trump red. That's a huge source of turnout for him and the like. So let's bring it back out. Let me turn this off and bring this back out and show you this again. This is non-college educated. We'll come back out. And again, you talk about what David just talked about, the inroads, right? So you get into some of the cities, and it's not as pronounced, right? Let's come over here to Wayne County, Michigan. You bring this up. Come on up here for me and bring this up. Detroit, not quite as purple as what you just saw in those rural areas of Pennsylvania, but it is. You do have, again, a higher population, a significant population, non-college educated. Why am I showing you this? Because let's take a look at this now. Donald Trump gets 33% of the vote in Wayne County. That's Detroit, Wayne, Michigan, the suburbs around it, Dearborn and Hamtramck are there. He gets up to 34% there. Right, if you come back, it's a little bit higher. You say, oh, that's not much. No, in a battleground state, that makes the difference. One other key point, David noted, if you come to the suburbs, this is where you see it. I was just showing you in Pennsylvania the idea of the non-college educated voters. Well, let's just look at Pennsylvania, right? If you look at Pennsylvania as a state, one of the reasons it's a battleground state, the battleground states tend to hug the national average. About 43% of Americans have a college degree. About 57% have no college degree. They hug the national average. But now you see some of the diversity within the state. Watch the graph as I go. I was just down here in those counties that Trump was winning. You see what happens? The percentage of college degrees go way down, right, in the area of the Trump base. So let's bring this back out. That's statewide again, right? Watch the number. This is no college degree. That's college degree. Then you come into the more affluent suburbs. Let's pick Montgomery County. You see the percentage of the college degrees jump out. Non-college degrees goes back. What happens? Biden won it big. Harris won it big. So it is, education is now the biggest dividing line in American politics. And you can look at the demographics, look at what the Census Bureau tells you who lives there, and then look and it'll be red or blue. Jake, it's almost automatic.
Fascinating stuff. The race for the White House is decided, and Donald J. Trump is getting an astounding second act in American politics, raising urgent questions about what lies ahead for the nation, for better or for worse. This is CNN's coverage of Election Night in America, continued. I'm Jake Tapper. Less than 24 hours after Donald Trump's paradigm-shattering victory, both parties are assessing the historic consequences for the American people and for American democracy. We're getting new insights into how Mr. Trump so soundly defeated Vice President Kamala Harris, the mandate Republicans are now claiming, and the hand-wringing and second-guessing within the Democratic Party. We're also tracking outstanding races that will determine the cliffhanger of the 2024 election, whether Republicans will maintain control of the House of Representatives or whether Democrats will manage to take it back, claiming a consolation prize of sorts. With Republicans winning back control of the U.S. Senate, the GOP could potentially hold the levers of power in both chambers, giving President-elect Trump even more leeway to advance his agenda unencumbered. Let's bring back in anchor Abby Phillip, who was there when Vice President Harris gave her concession speech here in Washington. And Abby, you have some new reporting on the Democrats' thinking. Tell us more.
Yeah, Jake, I mean, in a close election like this, pretty much every decision comes under scrutiny when the candidate loses. And this is no different. I mean, the number of things that I think Democrats are talking about publicly and privately that went wrong are pretty much everything. But one thing a source close to the campaign talked to me about was this idea that the ground game could make up for, the difference between Harris and Trump in a very tight race. A couple of weeks ago, the campaign had gathered some of its closest supporters and donors and allies and presented to them a pretty convincing presentation about how they could really compete in all 7 of those battleground states. And part of that was the impact of the ground game, which this source now says may have been exponentially overstated in terms of how it could overcome the fundamentals of an environment that was not favorable to Vice President Harris. Now, on that environment, my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me now. One of the things that both of us are hearing is, of course, at the core of this, You know, you can talk about tactics, but I think a lot of people are also centering on a fundamental issue, which is on the message. And the Harris campaign made a strategic decision to talk about abortion and democracy, hoping that that would change the electorate. But many people, publicly and privately, are saying the real problem is a failure to address a whole swath of voters, working class voters of all races and genders.
Abby, one of the things that I've been picking up as I've talked to a variety of strategists in battleground states, as well as the Harris campaign headquarters, is you were saying the ground game for sure, but also one thing people tend to do is sort of fight the last war, and abortion rights was at the center of the midterms in 2022. So there are questions now. Was just the idea that abortion rights could carry Vice President Harris over the finish line, was too much reliance placed on that given the state of the economy? One of the biggest changes overall was who's going to be the change candidate. And when Vice President Harris became the nominee really so quickly, she was unable to separate herself. So she used the fight for abortion rights as sort of an anthem of her candidacy before she was on the top of the ticket even. But was that enough? So as we've spent the day talking to people, there's no doubt the soul searching has given way to finger pointing, which is always the case in a defeat like this. But I'm hearing talk of a need and a call for an autopsy deep inside these Democratic results here, much like we recall the Republicans did in 2012 after Barack Obama won re-election. That is standard. But look, one thing that has unified the Democratic Party really for years is the disdain for Donald Trump. But was that enough? You and I remember from the convention in Chicago how Vice President Harris was joyfully sort of diminishing him, but that gave way to elevating him. And was that the right choice?
You know, I think that there is a sense that Harris was so comfortable in that terrain, but not as comfortable on the other stuff, the immigration and the economy, which, when we looked at the exit polls, those were at the top of the list. So, I think everybody in the Democratic Party right now agrees, Jake, that there needs to be some soul searching about what happens. The problem, though, is that everybody has a different idea of what that is, and that is what is going to, I think, continue to be a tug of war within the Democratic Party in the months ahead.
All right, thanks so much, Abby and Jeff. Let's go to CNN's Kayla Tausche at the White House. Kayla, all this happening as President Biden is due to address the nation tomorrow.
He is, and he's spent his own day today, Jake, behind closed doors, collecting his thoughts, allowing Harris to be in the spotlight, conceding her race. But he will address the public from the Rose Garden here at the White House tomorrow morning. We now know, and what's expected to be a high-level, overarching speech where he talks about the need for the country to come together. Remember, he ran 4 years ago as restoring the soul of our nation. But, of course, these deep divisions still remain. There's also some soul-searching going on among the Biden camp, and they are vehement, and they are, I think it's safe to say, angry about how their candidate was treated back in the summer when he was edged out of the race by the party's power that be. I've talked to several longtime Biden aides, and their finger pointing is going directly at former President Barack Obama, as well as House Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. And in the words of one of these aides who told me, twice our party leaders in 2016 and 2024 pushed aside Biden for someone who would generate more enthusiasm, and twice we lost, referring to Hillary Clinton, of course, in 2016, and then now Kamala Harris in 2024. They say Biden remains the only candidate who has beaten Trump, and he was tossed over once again. That's certainly one school of thought, and there are others, too. There are aides who acknowledge that perhaps they didn't fully grasp Biden's deep unpopularity within the electorate. They didn't believe some of the polls and some of the data. But, of course, Jake, this is going to cast a big pall over what Biden's able to do in his final months, especially whether there's any semblance of a farewell tour that he's able to embark on, Jake.
I mean, Kayla, 8 days ago, President Biden called Trump supporters garbage. Are they not watching the same screen that the rest of the world is?
Well, certainly there was quite a bit of incisive rhetoric on behalf of the president, maligning his predecessor, both in public and behind closed doors. That is quite different language when he's on the campaign trail than when he's trying to give these lofty speeches in the role of commander-in-chief. That's the role that we expect him to step into tomorrow. But certainly there's quite a bit of anger, quite a bit of frustration still simmering within the Biden camp, Jake.
All right, Kayla, thanks so much. Joining us now, Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell from the great state of Michigan. So, Congresswoman, your fears were, as always, well-founded. Kamala Harris lost Michigan. We should also note, though, that your colleague, Congresswoman Elissa Slotkin, won her Senate race. So what was Slotkin able to do that Kamala Harris was not?
So, Jake, unfortunately, was not surprised, and I think I'm not quite as depressed as others because I thought what we're watching today could very likely happen. I think people never got to know Kamala Harris during the time she was in this campaign. Elissa is well known. She worked hard. She got around the state. She's known as being a tough woman. It wasn't a huge, she won by, I think, 18,000, 19,000 votes, but she worked it, and people knew who she was. This was an event-driven campaign, and quite frankly, I really do think we didn't talk about some of the issues we needed to talk about, and Elissa did.
Hey, Congresswoman, it's Dana Bash. I want to ask you about what Bernie Sanders said today. He said, quote, "It should come as no great surprise that a Democratic Party which has abandoned working class people would find that the working class has abandoned them. While the Democratic leadership defends the status quo, the American people are angry and want change, and they're right." What do you think about that?
Well, you know, I talked to all of you during the last month and said that we had a number of problems. We had the same problem in 2016, we saw again, which was union halls. And it's not just union halls, it's working men and women. I think there were 4 key issues, and 2 of them ended up, I think, being more critical. But number 1 was the economy. Working men and women are struggling. The cost of a gallon of milk or a dozen eggs or the price of gasoline, it's what I was about to say. Trumps the all others, but I guess that's really what we saw too. That's what they were worried about, and I think that we didn't talk enough about that. I did see movement in the last week as Donald Trump's rhetoric got more vitriolic and more whatever we want to call it. There were some people who would tell me they were voting for Trump. They were now, because of that, they were worried about our democracy. And the other 2 issues I saw a lot of, by the way, were women's issues, but it played less a role, and you felt it out there, in immigration. And quite frankly, I think the economy and immigration were the 2 issues that people were intense and emotional on.
Congresswoman, it's Chris Wallace. Good to see you again. I want to ask you about the city of Dearborn, just outside Detroit. Donald, it's a city that is a majority Arab American population. Donald Trump actually won a plurality of the vote there, as a lot of Arab Americans refused to vote for Kamala Harris, and Green Party nominee Jill Stein actually won 18% of the vote there. How much do you think that the policy of Joe Biden towards Gaza and the fact that Vice President Harris was tied to that policy, how much did that hurt Harris in Michigan?
Look, Michigan was complicated, but the Mideast is one of the issues. And by the way, it's all sides. People in the Jewish community and the Arab community have been hurting. And she lost some Jewish voters as well, too. But Donald Trump won both Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. And people made it clear it was, even when you reminded them, I got in trouble reminding Jake about some of those issues, they wanted to send a message. And they are angry, and they wanted people to hear it. So those were numbers that contributed to former and now to be President Trump's victory. They weren't the only factor if you really start digging into the numbers.
Congresswoman, it's John King. We spent some time together in Michigan on the ground in the final weeks, and your warnings did turn out to be correct. You mentioned labor halls. You mentioned other issues. I just want to use the map a little bit. You can't see me, but I'll tell you, I don't think you can, but I'll tell you what I'm looking at. This is Wayne County, where you see Donald Trump getting 33.7, so 34% of the vote. That's Detroit, Wayne, that's Dearborn, that's Hamtramck around there. But Donald Trump gets 34% after getting only 30% in Detroit and Wayne County area against Joe Biden 4 years ago. And then the double whammy, as I talk about, is you move just to the north to Macomb County, and the vice president gets 42% in losing. Donald Trump is at 56. 4 years ago, Joe Biden was at 45%. So you look at the 45 for Biden losing, and then it's down to 42. So her margin went down in Macomb. Trump's margin went up in Wayne County. Is that the black vote? Was that some of this is working class voters? I know. But how do Democrats fix, A, their math, their turnout problem, and B, what is the message that caused you to go the wrong way in those two key counties?
Look, I think I'm one of those people that's been saying all day, Democrats have got to do some very serious soul searching. And there's some really complicated problems here. As you know, I told you all, there's a gender issue, but African-American males were part of that. And that certainly contributed to some of the reduction. I told you when Jim Clyburn came in and I was there meeting with some of the black ministers and the clergy, they were very open about being taken for granted. And I think we got to be very careful here to not just blame. Everybody wants to point fingers. I think Democrats have to do some real soul searching. We can't just go in and talk to people a month before the election and take them for granted. A lot of people are tired of being taken for granted. And the African American community has members of it who are one of those groups that really are concerned about issues they want to see us talking about all the time, addressing, helping them on.
Well, you mentioned those issues. I just have the map up again, and you know this well. Donald Trump has twice now flipped the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, to red, and that's why he's going to be president of the United States. You mentioned those black pastors, and we talked about issue as well. So what is it, in the sense, when I was out there talking to voters, a lot of union workers, some of them African Americans, said they thought Trump's transgender ads, criticizing the vice president for being what they said is too liberal with them, not with us on that issue, was a factor. Do you believe that was a factor in this race? And do Democrats need a better way to talk about that?
Look, those ads were powerful. We know it. People may not want to publicly admit it, but it did. And by the way, when you talk about many faiths, it's not one faith. Many of the Baptist ministers, the imams in Dearborn, etc., have an LGBT problem. So there are issues for them. It's difficult for them. So I do think, I think that everybody's got a right to love who they want to love, but we got to find a way to help not lose some of the people that we lost. And as you're saying, John, it's only 3%, but when you add up 3% here and 3% in this county, it adds up to a lot of numbers. This was a bigger victory for Donald Trump than it was for him in 2016, which is one that I just knew for a month. For a month, before that election, I knew he was winning.
Yeah, you see it right there?
All right, thanks, John. And thank you, Congresswoman. Appreciate it. Coming up, more than 72 million Americans and counting chose Donald Trump. We're going to hear some of their reasons next.
Welcome back to Election Night in America continued. Tonight, former President Donald Trump preparing for his historic return to the White House, becoming only the second person to win back the presidency after losing a re-election bid. I want to go to Caitlin Collins. She's anchoring in West Palm Beach, Florida, near Mar-a-Lago. You're learning, Caitlin, more about how President-elect Trump is preparing for his return to the world stage.
Yeah, Anderson, a lot of phone calls happening today in Palm Beach from the former president, as he is now the president-elect, and making phone calls not just with potential people in his administration, but also with world leaders. And I'm here with Kristen Holmes. We've been talking to our sources all day. Trump has spoken to at least 10 world leaders today so far, ranging from the British Prime Minister, Ukrainian President Zelensky, Chinese President Xi Jinping, all of these world leaders who are either Trump is calling them or they are trying to quickly get in touch with the president-elect. That's not unusual for when someone is elected. They often get congratulations from world leaders. But these are world leaders, some of them who were in this position before when Trump was in office, and they know flattery and a personal relationship can go a long way with Donald Trump.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is that we know that these world leaders, they have at least part of Donald Trump pegged. We know that he also is a little bit of a loose cannon, so they can't have entirely what he's going to do down to a science, but they know one thing. They know that if they call him and they flatter him and they tell him how great he's doing, that it bodes well for them in the future. And we are told by a number of advisors that they've really been keeping track of who is reaching out and when they're reaching out, including not just since he won, but before he actually was elected, when it was starting to look like he could be elected, when we started to hear about those foreign leaders reaching out. Donald Trump often on the campaign trail talks about Viktor Orban of Hungary. Viktor Orban spent a lot of time courting Donald Trump, calling him, coming down here to visit Mar-a-Lago. That's something that stuck out to Donald Trump because, remember, Donald Trump views himself as the principal still, even when he wasn't president.
Well, and he said he was rooting for him to win. I mean, that was such an unusual tweet from a world leader saying fingers crossed that Donald Trump actually wins. And it's interesting that he spoke to Zelensky because Trump has promised that he'll end the war between Russia and Ukraine within 24 hours. But still to this day, he has not answered from CNN's town hall to now whether or not he wants Ukraine to win this war.
Absolutely. And remember, he was pretty adamant against Zelensky until they had that meeting. And we're told that part of that was because the fact that Zelensky was so flattering in that meeting. He came out of it and said, I have a good relationship with Zelensky and with Putin. But before, we were just hearing about Putin.
Yeah, obviously a notable change here, Anderson, as all these world leaders are still processing and navigating the results of the U.S. election.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. We'll check in with you shortly. I want to hear directly from voters about the choices they made in the election. CNN's Danny Freeman has been talking to people in battleground Pennsylvania.
It was just a great feeling. I still have goosebumps.
It was like Christmas came early for Bernie Schiffler at Park Hill Jewelry in Ephrata, Pennsylvania.
Look at that shine.
The Republican small business owner, sporting Trump shoes and a custom Trump ring he made himself, said he feels like finally the country is back on the right track.
What did it mean to you to vote for him a third time? It was just great. I thought, he did so well in 2016. I just wanted to see him do this again.
In the small red borough in the larger red Lancaster County, supporters of former President Trump echoed what his fans elsewhere felt around the country.
How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling relieved that America came together and saved our democracy.
Gabby James says she's a Republican, but she's also pro-choice.
I know the main concern here is women's rights, but strong women are going to always rally together and fight for our rights, and we need to vote and come together to make the right decision in the states. Unfortunately, it has come to that, but that was not my deciding factor in voting for Donald Trump.
Are you concerned that President-elect Trump will be hostile to women's rights at all?
No. I think as a nation, women are going to come together and prove ourselves.
In nearby Lancaster, a bluer city in the red county, Democrat Sarah Thomas said she couldn't believe in the end it really wasn't close. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm pretty disappointed. I'm just sad. I'm worried. I just woke up feeling kind of disgusted and ashamed, honestly.
The mother, who works with children, said for her this was about reproductive rights and about rhetoric.
I want to raise my son to be someone who believes that men and women have equal dignity and autonomy over their bodies. I do not believe in the, frankly, xenophobic and racist hate that's been spewed.
Democrat Greg Colton was still at a loss for words.
I had really hoped that we would have something other than a caricature of a president for the next 4 years.
The Pennsylvanian worried the discourse in American politics will only get worse.
I wanted to put someone in office who would embody the ideals and the integrity of the American people, and I don't think we have that now.
With the voters having delivered their judgment, now the focus turns to what happens next under a new president.
I'm hoping for secure borders. I'm hoping for economic change. I'm hoping that enough women come out and demonstrate the need for women's rights and hope for a better place that we have been in for the past 4 years.
Now, Anderson, here in Lancaster County, Democrats told me that they were really hoping to close the margins in this traditionally red county. That was something that we were looking at yesterday as polls were closing. Governor Shapiro got about 48% of the vote here back in 2022, but in the end, Vice President Harris actually paced with President Biden back in 2020, only getting about 41% of the vote. Trump, though, improved his margins here, and that was, of course, the story of many, many places across the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Anderson?
Danny Friedman, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Back with the team here in New York. Let's talk about the Democratic Party and what needs to happen, what needs to be looked at and analyzed. And
yeah, no, I've had a lot of important discussions were going on there earlier, and I guess I call myself a Dingell Democrat at this moment. And I started talking about this last night. I think this wasn't just a problem in this election. This has been a growing problem over time. This disaffection among working class voters with the Democratic Party and the kind of growth of the Democratic Party as a college-educated metropolitan party that approaches working class voters in a kind of missionary way, saying, we're going to help you become more like us, and kind of disdains, not intentionally, but sends these signals that really bespeak a lack of respect. And I think the party in some ways has lost its ability to talk to working class voters. And you can see it, and it's not just white working class voters, it's black working class voters, it's Hispanic working class voters, and the party paid a price. Now, I think Kamala Harris articulated she spoke to some of the concerns of folks, but you can't develop those relationships in 90 days. The second conversation that happened had to do with Biden, and I just want to point out that...
Yeah, there was a quote in earlier from an unnamed person, a longtime aide to President Biden, saying twice our party leaders in 2016, 2024 pushed aside Biden for someone who would generate more enthusiasm. Twice we lost. Biden remains the only candidate who's beaten Trump, and he was tossed over once again.
Look, so in the exit polls...
Signed Joe Biden.
In the exit polls yesterday, Joe Biden had a 40% favorable approval rating. Nobody would get reelected with that number, but more importantly, Kamala Harris, among the 59 who disapproved of him, she lost 82 to 16. The whole campaign that was run against her linked her to Joe Biden. And the reason that people had concerns about Biden weren't so much this, but I mean, I raised concerns a year and a half ago and had nothing to do with Barack Obama. It had everything to do with age. I said then my concern wasn't political; it was actuarial. Yeah. And how do you tell people that you should elect someone who's going to be closer
It is
to 90
remarkable,
than
and
80?
at some point, I don't know if there will be a reckoning or some sort of. But
I have a lot to say.
Yeah, okay, Van, go ahead.
I mean, I wasn't trying to cut you off.
No, please go ahead.
No, I mean, big picture, in 2016, these two parties had flaws, and they were about hypocrisy. You had the Republican Party, which is the party of Lincoln, the party of radical individual liberty, that had somehow smuggled in a bunch of white nationalists. And you're like, hold on a second, that doesn't make sense. Is that going to blow up the Republican Party? At the same time, you have the Democratic Party, the party of FDR and working class people, that has smuggled in all this elitism, where if you weren't eating kale, you weren't allowed in the door. I said, hold on a second, that's not going to work. I actually wrote a book about this. Like, both of these parties had fundamental hypocrisies. And the question was the racism in the party of Lincoln going to blow up that party, or was the elitism in the party of FDR going to blow up our party? Well, guess what? Our party just blew up. It blew up because of the elitism. But it's not just the elitism that's obvious. The condescension, the smarty pants stuff, the changing, what you got to call people every 6 months. Somebody called me a BIPOC. What is it? I've never gone to a BIPOC church or had a BIPOC food. I mean, they just make up stuff.
I don't even know what that means.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they literally make up stuff every 6 months to make sure that you feel like an idiot. But that's not the worst of it. It's much more insidious. We thought in Philadelphia, we're doing door knocking, people going around. There's no ground game for Trump. We're laughing at Trump. Like, there's no ground game. There's nobody walking around with literature. Nobody's knocking on doors. Didn't have to, because they were on this thing. They were.
What is that?
This turns out to be a smartphone that makes you dumber the more you look at it. But it turns out that the working class is getting its information completely differently on channels that we don't know anything about, on streaming platforms that we're not at, on gaming services.
Right.
And the Trump campaign was putting information, ads. We woke up in a body bag and didn't know it because we thought we did something on 60 Minutes and here on CNN, it turns out that the elitism had gotten so bad that we didn't even understand where the working class was. And that is much deeper a problem than I think we recognize.
Let me eat my crow before I let David Urban speak. So I always thought Trump could win. I did not think he would win by these margins. And I misread the room on a number of things. I always kind of focused on suburban women. And what I think the Democrats so heavily focused on was abortion, abortion, abortion. This is going to be the animating issue. It was in the 2022 midterms. It turns out that it sounds like a lot of these states are kind of okay with what Trump said, which is let the states deal with it, including the fact that most of the battlegrounds, other than Georgia, was the only one that had a particularly restrictive law. People separated the vote. They were able to separate the candidate from the issue. That didn't end up being the focus. Something that I did hear from, and I think could have been motivating, is these protests on college campuses. Women in the suburbs are horrified when they see Jewish kids getting bullied and getting intimidated by these protesters who are then defended by elitist academics who are supposed to be the people rearing them up and looking out for them. That scares people. That feels like a shift that goes so far out of the mainstream of where the country wants to be. And I think that's one of the areas that the room was just misread by Democrats.
Well, two quick points, and not to pile on the Democrats, but I will. An issue that Axe has talked about before. Joe Biden didn't get out of this race because he said Kamala Harris can't win. I'm the only one that can win. So, there's a little bit of this, built-in delay in getting out because the only possible alternative, Kamala Harris can't win. So she was, not to put her, in a good light, but she was kind of starting out in a bad spot to begin with because the premise was you're not going to win. And then the second point is a little bit more kind of on the ground. Vance talking about knocking doors. There's an article in the local Philly news about the Democratic chairman, Bob Brady, of the party, Democratic Party. And Bob says, I'd like to see the Harris campaign, especially the national campaign, coordinate with us a bit on the ground. Talk to us. Give us some resources. Show us some respect. That didn't happen. They were just elitists. They went out there. They did their own thing. They didn't include the Democratic city committee or ward leaders. They just didn't do it at all.
Can I just make one point? Can bring about needed change from the exit poll. 28% of people, this was the most important thing. Trump won that 74-24. And this has to do with a lot of this.
Up next, it was on the ballot in 10 states, critical wins, losses on both sides of the abortion battle in the post-Roe era. More on that.
And welcome back to our special coverage. Election night in America continued more than 2 years after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and left the issue up to the states. Voters in 10 states cast ballots on whether to cement reproductive rights, abortion rights, in their state constitutions. CNN projects that voters in Maryland and Colorado and Montana all enshrined a constitutional right to abortion in their states' constitutions. In Nevada and Arizona, voters passed measures protecting abortion, legal abortion, up to the point of viability, which rejected the 15-week ban in the state of Arizona. Missouri voters also narrowly rejected their state's near-total ban, establishing a constitutional right up to the point of fetal viability. New York enshrined a broad set of rights into the Constitution, including the right to an abortion. In Nebraska, 2 dueling measures were on the ballot regarding abortion. Voters there keeping the state's ban on abortions after 12 weeks of a pregnancy and rejecting a separate, more expansive measure. A Florida ballot amendment also fell short. It failed to meet the 60% majority needed for passage, keeping in place a 6-week ban there. In South Dakota, that state's near-total ban will also remain in place. Dana?
Thank you so much, Jake. This is something that I've been sort of has been rattling around in my brain since last night. Audie, the question about why the Harris campaign got it so wrong in the whole push for freedom, for reproductive rights, for the idea that women and men were going to come out in droves on this issue in the first presidential election post-Roe in the way that they did in 2022.
Can I stop you? Why do you think that?
I'm gonna, yeah. So I will tell you what I was told.
Most of them passed, right?
Yeah. So what I was told today by a Republican pollster who was looking at a lot of the data was that there has been time for the sort of reality of the shift in the law from the national level to the state level to sink in, and that what has happened is that in some of these key states, Michigan, for example, 2 years ago, there was already a referendum on the ballot. Arizona and Nevada, there were a referenda on the ballot, and that not that this isn't a huge issue for a lot of women and men, but that because many of them, particularly in swing states, felt like they were dealing with it. Not all swing states, Georgia, for example, but many of them felt like they were dealing with it, that they could prioritize and did prioritize other issues like the economy, like immigration, ahead of this issue when they decided their vote.
I mean, I think the reason why I'm asking is because fundamentally those abortion measures did end up working. What they did not do was over-animate, and they definitely didn't create a scenario where voters decided we're going to do this all the way up and down the ticket. The other thing is I'm not sure voters believed that Donald Trump was ever truly pro-life, so to speak. And while they understand him seeing it as a conservative victory, I think they were more or less kind of convinced by his waffling this summer, where he wouldn't really come down on some of these issues. And so they didn't really see it as a threat. I think the idea was the damage is done, and if I want to do something in my state, there's more than likely going to be a referendum to vote for.
I want to pick up on this issue of how Trump successfully was able to fuzz up this issue. You know, we'll be looking at the exit polls for weeks and finding little nuggets. And on this particular issue, I found one today. When people were asked, should abortion be legal in all or most cases, 65%, two-thirds said yes, 32% said illegal in all or most cases. But while Harris won overwhelmingly among people who said that abortion should be legal in all cases, when it came to most cases, it was a split. 49% of people who said abortion should be legal in most cases voted for Harris, 49% voted for Trump. And I think that the point was that Trump talking about, well, it's up to the states and, you know, I'm not going to push for a national abortion ban, he fuzzed up the issue to a large degree, and a lot of people who are very much pro-choice didn't see him as a threat.
Yeah, it's all very interesting. We are going to be going through those for a very long time. Up next, the richest man in the world helped deliver Donald Trump a second term. What does Elon Musk want in return? Stay with us.
Tonight, the wheels are in motion for Donald Trump's return to the White House, along with many of the loyalists who supported his campaign. Billionaire Elon Musk is set to play a role in a second Trump administration, potentially aiding Trump's plan to remake the size of government. CNN's Brian Todd is digging into what this plan might actually look like. Brian?
We have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
A victorious Donald Trump effusively thanking billionaire Elon Musk for his support.
He's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius.
It's no wonder Trump is grateful. Musk went all in.
We've never seen a media baron in this age of social media, somebody who owns one of the most influential social media platforms, become so involved with one person.
Musk has spent at least $118 million for Trump and gave away $1 million a day to supporters. Musk also stumped for Trump and inundated X, the platform he owns, with a torrent of pro-Trump posts and misinformation.
He has millions of followers on X, on social media, and he has also spread Donald Trump's baseless lies about the election.
Someone who says he voted for Hillary Clinton and for Joe Biden, now at Trump's side on election night and posting "the future is going to be so" fire emoji. What does Trump's victory mean for Musk?
But he'll definitely have Donald Trump's ear.
Trump has said Musk will be an influential voice in his government, tasked with downsizing the government by $2 trillion a year. Why would Trump tap Musk?
You're the greatest cutter. They go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone.
Musk posted a meme showing himself in the Oval Office with the words, "Let that sink in." But Trump says Musk won't be a cabinet secretary.
I mean, I'd love to have him, to be honest with you, but he doesn't want to.
One possible obstacle?
And there are clear conflicts of interest. He receives massive amounts of federal contracts from the federal government.
Musk's companies, primarily SpaceX, had $3 billion in government contracts last year, according to a tally by the New York Times. Could Musk's profits grow thanks to his ties to Trump?
For Elon Musk, there are some very obvious policy benefits if he can get in with the administration.
Musk's platform X could also benefit as a major hub of MAGA online. And Tesla saw its stock price jump almost 15% after Trump's win, even though it has barely any contracts with the government. The two fellow billionaires have similar views on immigration, deregulation, free speech, gun rights, and conspiracy theories. But
Donald Trump and Elon Musk both have track records of having very close relationships turn sour very quickly. If for some reason one delivers on the relationship more than the other, or one thinks that they're not getting as much of it out of the other, that's when I can see the egos clashing.
Elon Musk said during a live stream on X that his PAC, his Political Action Committee, would keep going beyond this election and weigh in, quote, heavily on future elections. As the world's richest man, Musk certainly has the means to back that up. Anderson?
All right. And Todd, thanks so much. Back with the team here. David Urban, I mean, what kind of a role do you actually think Elon Musk might play?
I think he and RFK Jr. are going to have one of those partner desks, so they're going to sit across from each other in the White House. No, like,
I mean, he's got companies to run.
Yeah, no, look, he's obviously like he's I've had an opportunity to spend some time with him. He's an incredibly bright guy. It's an understatement, obviously. He is the U.S. space program at this point in time. He's putting payloads in space, and he's done incredible things. And so I think he's going to offer a unique perspective to how the government operates. I'd love to see him come in and be able to figure out how to cut government spending. I don't know if there's, if Elon Musk could do that, it's more impressive than landing that giant rocket in the grabber thing.
I mean, he's unquestionably a brilliant engineer, and let's stipulate that he also bought X and turned it into a sewer of conspiracy theories, including those that support the president's conspiracy theories. He's poured. I'm sure the number is going to be far beyond the 118 million that's been reported. And I think he really wants to be like the next, or the great American oligarch. By the way, it was reported that he's had conversations regularly with Vladimir Putin. None of this makes me really comfortable with him playing this major advisory role in the government.
Yeah, but he also provided Starlink to keep the Ukrainians going.
I'm not denigrating those efforts.
Ukraine,
absolutely.
Ukraine wouldn't have
we can
internet without him.
Look, we can all praise Elon Musk, and we should. When he's in his lane doing what he does, he's one of the greatest people ever. Neuralink, Tesla, but
you want him on your team.
But it's a structural problem that someone with his resources, he's on his way to becoming a trillionaire, can just dump unlimited amounts of money in our system and have undue influence, and then also buy a simple, half of social media on planet Earth, and also.
Yeah, but you could.
I think the question is that we all have to grapple with is right after it was very clear Donald Trump was the president-elect, he starts tweeting like, "You are the new media," to all of the folks on X, like CNN, mainstream media is extinct, and this was our plan to ruin. And I think that platforms like X and Facebook and all the social media platforms do help when they're used properly to democratize microphones for people to have a voice. But it is very clear since Elon has taken over that the algorithms are working in a couple of ways that are causing greater division in our community. Scott and I sometimes sit next to each other, and he has a totally different feed than I have because we're getting fed things that it thinks we want, and they're very polarizing our feeds. And then we also have people who get lifted up more, and they happen to be people who agree with Donald Trump, and people who don't agree with Donald Trump get shadow banned. That's not really the media. That's a platform, and you can do whatever you want, but the influence that it does have, I'm not just talking about Twitter, I'm talking about TikTok, I'm talking about Instagram, I'm talking about Facebook. There's an issue here, and I'm not saying that's why Kamala Harris lost, but we have to grapple with what role social media is playing with kids, in our politics, in our long-term future.
Or even just Google how search engines are prioritized.
Sure.
Anything you do, right? I mean, it's all It is all contributes, right, in one way or another, and it's very important to know who has those reins.
Look, well, there are two sets of laws and rulings we have to deal with. The Supreme Court has allowed this unlimited amount of money dumping in, and then there are legal protections that allow these companies to do what they want to and do what they will. I think in a normal country, we would say, hold on a second, maybe we need to have a different set of regulations for social media platforms now that they're this big. Maybe we need to have less money in the system. But that conversation is not happening yet.
I mean, next, we got to go. Changing political climate swept Donald Trump back into the White House. What does that mean for the future of planet Earth's climate? We'll talk about that ahead and a lot more. President-elect Trump has said climate change is a hoax. Now that he's heading back to the White House, there are some questions, growing questions, about what he'll do, if anything, to fight it.
One of the most urgent tasks, not only for our movement, but for our country, is to decisively defeat the climate hysteria hoax.
Joining me now is CNN's chief climate correspondent, Bill Weir. What do you expect from this administration?
Well, I expect him to try to undo as much as he can. We just got data, Anderson, that 2024 will go down as the first year to smash past 1.5 degrees of global warming. That's the Paris Accord number that every country in the world is trying to hold. It's the warmest if you look at, lake beds and ice cores in 100,000 years. And as a result, there's off-the-charts ocean and sea surface temperatures, air temperatures, supercharging these storms. The warmer planet just holds more water. So we're seeing it from Asheville and Milton on the west coast of Florida, where we were, to Spain. There's no snow at the top of Mount Fuji. The Amazon is in a drought. And the country just elected the most notorious climate denier of all. Less than 20% of the country denies climate change. And Donald Trump seems to be in like the 5% that says it's not happening or that it's just some sort of natural situation right now. And this is a time test. The next 5 years are so vital to bending that carbon curve, scientists tell us. And he seems determined to pull out of the Paris Climate Accords internationally and then roll back all the incentives of Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, where there's real 2 years worth of momentum, hundreds of millions of dollars pouring in. We'll see how much he can do.
It wasn't something really talked about much in this election at all.
Why I think it is because it's often framed as a false choice between economy or the climate, whereas people in Asheville know that without a balanced climate, there is no economy right now. The health and wealth and happiness of 8 billion people around the world depend on this sort of sweet spot on Earth that we have now exceeded, and nobody knows how the physics work on this overheating planet. Not just there's the mitigation of stop using the fuels that burn as sort of fast as ethically possible, but also how do you respond to the built-in pain that's already here? And we saw a disaster response in the first Trump administration where he holds aid back depending on the politics of the state and those sorts of things. So it is a dark, dark day for people who really work around climate space, earth scientists, folks who thought the country was serious about this.
Yeah, Bill Weir, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Coming up, our coverage continues, the 2024 election results. We'll be right back. The heart of political power in the United States, now preparing for the history-making, norm-breaking, disruptive comeback of one Donald John Trump. It is election night in America, continued. I'm Jake Tapper. There is no disputing the sweep of now President-elect Trump's White House victory, but there are many unanswered questions tonight about the road ahead and for Mr. Trump's opponents. Serious concerns about how he will lead the nation, his shakeup of the electoral map, his win of the popular vote for the first time, prompting Republicans to claim a mandate to carry out Mr. Trump's most aggressive items on his America First agenda. There is one last hope for Democrats in this election as they wait to learn if they have successfully flipped the U.S. House of Representatives or if Republicans will hold on to the control of the chamber. We could get new results on that at any moment. The party of Trump is already set to wield new power on Capitol Hill after winning back control of the U.S. Senate. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now. She's anchoring West Palm Beach, Florida. And Caitlin, Mr. Trump will be back at the White House soon at President Biden's invitation.
Yeah, something, Jake, that we did not see 4 years ago when the roles were reversed, but we are expecting to see that now. CNN's Kristen Holmes is here with me in West Palm Beach. And what are you hearing about when this meeting between Donald Trump and President Biden could take place?
Yeah, so Biden invited Donald Trump to come to Washington to talk about the transition. The Trump team quickly accepted, again, as you said, not something that we saw 4 years ago. They had absolutely no meetings. And now we are told that they want this to happen as early as possible. So Trump's team is having conversations about when exactly he's going to go to Washington, but I was told it could happen as early as next week. They are trying to get all of the wheels moving here. As we know, the transition is in motion, trying to fill administration slots, and now he wants this meeting to happen and happen quickly.
It was just so interesting today to see Harris's concession speech and just realize she was giving Trump something that he never gave to them, which was not only a concession speech, but also acknowledging a legitimate victory, as she did when she came out, and telling people it was going to be okay. And two things stood out to me. That one, she's going to be the one certifying his win come January 6th as the vice president, which obviously we all remember how Trump tried to pressure Mike Pence into doing what he did not have the illegal ability to do. And two, just looking at this, yesterday throughout the day, as we were starting to cover Trump's party, he was posting about fraud in Philadelphia and Detroit and saying law enforcement was coming and there was cheating happening, even though officials there said there was no evidence of any of that. As he started to do better in the polls, though, or in the results from the voting, all of that stopped, and he hasn't posted once on Truth Social today.
Well, and that was exactly what we saw leading up to the election as well. It wasn't even just the post. It was the fact that during that rally in Pennsylvania, he started claiming for 20 minutes that the 2024 election was going to be rigged, something we coincidentally never heard again, especially as those numbers started coming in.
Yeah, not a single claim of fraud, Jake, since Donald Trump was declared the winner of the 2024 election.
Wow, that is quite a coincidence. Now let's go to Abby Phillip, who's been covering the Harris campaign and is anchoring here in D.C. Abby, after this resounding defeat, where do Democratic leaders go from here?
Well, Jake, we've been talking a lot about the finger pointing that's happening within the Democratic Party. And then I think after that, one of the things that we're hearing is the question of who is going to be the leader of the Democratic Party here in Washington with Jeff Zeleny as well. Jeff, what are you hearing about this bench that actually has been around now for a while, was a sort of put on ice while Joe Biden became the nominee? That conversation has restarted among Democrats.
It definitely has. And as we see President Biden in the Rose Garden tomorrow, you know, a lot of Democrats in state capitals will be watching this. I mean, if you look at a lot of these battleground states, a lot of them have Democratic governors. Josh Shapiro, of course, in Pennsylvania, Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan, a few ambitious senators as well. So look, this is the point where Democrats are going to begin rebuilding their bench. Today was the day for Vice President Harris.
Yeah,
you and I were at Howard
University.
University.
And it was notably quiet from some of these very people who are actually very powerful surrogates for Vice President Harris. But I think there was a sense, let her have her moment. Also, let the campaign grieve. But it's only a matter of time before we start to see some of these people come out and take charge of what this sort of resistance, so to speak, of the Trump era is going to look like.
Without question, this is going to be a changing of the guard, a passing of the torch. I mean, we saw on the campaign trail in recent weeks. You saw it, I saw it. The Clintons, the Obamas. President Biden wasn't out there as much, but First Lady Jill Biden was. This is a new moment, and we, of course, have to add Vice President Harris's name in the list. She will have an organization. She is just, I'm told, going to begin deciding what type of apparatus she might set up when she leaves. So all these things will come in time. But there is a big Democratic bench out there, and there's a range of ideologies and views. So that is what will be coming as the Trump transition sort of begins. This will be the beginning of the Democratic rebuilding as well.
Part of this is also some kind of rear view mirror looking at whether or not they should have had a party. What would have happened if Joe Biden had left the race even a month earlier than he did, or perhaps a year earlier than he did? There were so many people that I talked to in this summer who really did want a primary, where you saw a lot of these people, Gretchen Whitmer, Josh Shapiro, Pete Buttigieg, and others, actually going back and forth about who could be the strongest candidate.
Without a doubt. I mean, just think how different this would be. President Biden would be leaving office in a couple months in a much stronger position in terms of his legacy if he would have stepped aside on his own. That didn't happen. So now we are going to see this, but it is interesting to see there is a Democratic bench out there, and this is one of the fascinating fallouts of any election, a defeat. Many of them will rise to the fore.
A Democratic bench and also a Republican bench, many Democrats preparing for the next generation of MAGA, one of whom is going to be the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. Jake, back to you.
All right, Abby, thanks so much. Right now, we want to get an update on the ongoing fight for control of the U.S. House of Representatives, and Boris Sanchez is covering that for us. Boris, where do things stand at this hour?
Yeah, Jake, the House of Representatives is still up for grabs, but things are trending in one specific direction. Let's take a look at the balance of power, the state of play for the chamber. 191 seats held by Democrats with 2 pickups, 208 seats held by Republicans with 6 pickups. You'll notice Republicans only need 10 more seats to take control of the chamber. Currently, there are 36 that are still getting ironed out as we get more votes in. So what does this mean for the magic number that Democrats need to take control of the chamber from Republicans? Democrats have to pick up 8 Republican seats. Currently, they lead in 4 races in Republican districts, but complicating matters, Republicans lead in 2 races where Democrats hold seats. If you do the math, that's a net gain of 2 seats, way fewer than the 8 they would need to take control of the chamber. But not all the votes have been counted. So let's get you some key race alerts now as we're getting live results slowly trickling into CNN. Beginning with House District 19 in New York. This is in upstate New York, the Binghamton, Ithaca area. There, Democratic Attorney Josh Riley currently with a 3,800 vote lead ahead of incumbent Republican Congressman Mark Molinaro. He's a freshman. They both have sort of moderated stances throughout this race, but right now Riley has a almost 4,000 vote lead with 94% of the vote left there. Meantime, zooming out to the West Coast, this is the 47th district in California. Scott Baugh, the Republican in this race, ahead of Damon by about 1,000 votes. This is the district left with an open seat because Katie Porter decided to run for Senate. She, of course, lost to Adam Schiff in the primary, who wound up winning a Senate seat last night. Here, a district won by Joe Biden 4 years ago, Baugh with a 1,133 vote lead, 69% of the vote in there. Again, these votes are slowly trickling in, Jake, but we're keeping track of them as they come in.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Meanwhile, inside the Democratic Party, the blame game has already begun. Our chief congressional correspondent, Manu Raju, has more on that. And Manu, it's all just getting started. The finger pointing, the recriminations, trying to figure out why things went so terribly, terribly wrong for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, no question about it. In fact, the House Democratic leaders are convening a conference call tomorrow afternoon with the full House Democratic caucus. This is the first time for the members to get on one call and talk about everything that went wrong in this election. I expect a lot of air clearing, expect some finger pointing. You've already hearing some of this out in public, some blaming Joe Biden for not getting out of the race early, others blaming their message, some blaming liberals for pushing their party's message too far to the left, others saying that it did not cater to their base and went after moderates instead at the expense of their progressive base. And you're starting to see some of this play out in public as well. A couple examples of just that. Bernie Sanders, of course, the independent who caucuses with Senate Democrats, put out a tweet earlier today saying that it should come as no great surprise that a Democratic Party, which has abandoned working class people, would find that the working class has abandoned them. But then some folks who are not aligned with that wing of the party, the left wing of the party, have went after people like Bernie Sanders. This is what Richie Torres said, who's a Democratic congressman from New York. He said, Donald Trump has no greater friend than the far left, which has managed to alienate historic numbers of Latinos, blacks, Asians, and Jews from the Democratic parties. He went on to criticize the so-called defund the police movement, among other issues as well. This all comes as the Democrats in the Senate and the House are grappling, at least in the Senate for certain, about life in the minority, about how to position themselves with this new Republican majority. Do they go toe-to-toe, act like a resistance, try to block the Republican efforts at every turn? They try to cut deals with the new Republican majority. That'll be part of the debate going forward. We don't know if the House Democrats, Jake, will be in the minority yet, but with things trending in that direction, that's going to be a big question for the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, as well.
All right, Manu, thanks so much. My panel's back with me, and I just happened to be on my phone and on Twitter or X, and I saw a text or a post from Mike Casca, who used to be Bernie Sanders' press secretary and is now Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC's press secretary. And he noted that she had an Instagram Live that was about to start. So I clicked it, and I watched my very first AOC Instagram Live. Here's some of that.
When he says he's going to do something, believe him. I believe just today, his press secretary confirmed his commitment to mass deportations beginning the day or day after of his presidency, talking about RFK trying to remove fluoridated water. I'm not here to sugarcoat what we all are about to collectively experience.
So I was very proud of myself.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm 50,
our baby's
55
growing up.
I'm 55 years old, and I figured out how to click on an Instagram Live. Can you explain this to me after the show? So I'm not sure that I can. But she's not wrong. Believe him. He's got a bunch of things that he wants to do. He ran on them. I mean, you heard Rick Scott say, or I forget if it was Rick Scott or Nancy Mace, but one of them, it was Nancy Mace. I said, what about this mass deportation? She said, she said, I'm paraphrasing, he has a mandate to do it. He said he was going to do it, and people voted for it.
I absolutely agree with AOC on this. I mean, it may turn out not to be true, but, think of just three things come to mind. The mass deportation, using the military to put down domestic opposition, political opposition, not violent protests, pardoning the January 6th rioters. I don't know any reason why you wouldn't say at this point, I fully expect that to happen.
And how did Democrats deal with it? What do they do? Not that anybody knows necessarily.
Yeah, I know. Everyone kept talking about the autopsy. It'll probably be more like a vivisection over the next couple of days. They'll probably be in a defensive posture and start thinking about the midterm elections, which sounds crazy to say. But it's much easier to be against something than it is to sit down and figure out what you're for and how to communicate that more effectively. And I think it'll be interesting to see who emerges from that bench. We heard Abby talking about in terms of who is the Democrat who says, what is the next step and what does it look like?
The thing is that this isn't just a problem that popped up in the 2024 election. This has been a slow burn and a move and a shift among the Democratic Party and who people in the electorate actually feel that they have a connection with. And it started not, I would argue, necessarily with Donald Trump. I mean, you can even go back to the Tea Party, where there were people out there who were maybe traditionally Democratic voters saying, this is not who I am, this is not what I stand for, and were maybe lured into the Republican Party by the Tea Party. And then, of course, the Trump era started, and he really connected with them. So this is a very deep-seated shift and, frankly, problem that the Democrats have that's going to take a lot longer than one cycle to fix.
So some of these more extreme, and the ones that we're talking about, mass deportation, we're not talking about the people that come over the border now. We're talking about people that have lived in this country, and you said earlier, it could be 15, 20 million people that you're going to uproot and take out, and they've been living for years in these communities. I mean, if they were really talking about that, mass deportation camps, there'd be a firestorm in this country. A lot of people would support it. A lot of people would violently oppose it. If you saw using the military, the National Guard, to try to put down domestic political opposition. So, on the one hand, I believe it, but if he does follow through on it, it's going to break a lot of eggs.
So also, there is what he's going to do when it comes to foreign policy. He's made that very clear as well. Let's listen to that.
That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. On day one of my new administration, I will seal the border, stop the invasion of people pouring through our border, and send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home where they belong.
Now the Washington Post is saying that you're talking about 60% tariffs on Chinese goods. Is that in the cards?
No, I would say maybe it's going to be more than that.
Audie, I mean, these are pretty strong, some might even say severe, radical moves. Ending the war in Ukraine, and there's only one way to end it the way he talks about, and that is to force Ukraine to give up its own territory to Russia, the invading force.
And pull the funding. And
pull the funding, et cetera. And of course, 60%, more than 60% tariff on Chinese goods. These will have major league life and death impacts.
and, abroad, and also financial impact here at home.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are incredibly high. I would say on the tariffs, it'll be interesting to see how that actually clashes with the reality of who he puts in his cabinet, especially as he has leaned much closer to the business community and business relationships in terms of really following through. On the issue of Ukraine, that is also a reflection of voters' will and of the Republican Party that has backed away greatly from interventionism. And I do think that also internationally, this is what he is known for. Bilateral kind of conversations. The whole everyone gathers around the table and figures it out. That's not what he does, and his voters don't want it.
All right, Anderson.
Jake, thanks very much. Let's continue the conversation with the team here in New York. Scott, I mean, do you expect mass deportations?
I expect some deportations. I don't know what the numeric threshold to make it mass, but yes, I expect Donald Trump to try to execute on what he said. And we do have a huge illegal immigration problem in this country. We have some of them that have criminal records or have committed violent offenses. So, yeah, I expect him to be stronger on the border and to execute on what he told the American people. And I don't think he should fear doing it. All the polling in this campaign showed that a majority of Americans supported, a majority of Hispanic Americans supported it as well. Something needs to be done. This is a top priority.
Do you think... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think everyone has said that if you do mass deportations, it will actually hurt our economy. But I want to just talk about I understand the voters have spoken, and we will see what Donald Trump has done. But it's also about the fear that is waving through immigrant communities right now. Spoke to someone whose parents immigrated over 40 years ago. She's in her 40s today. And she was what you would call, quote unquote, an anchor baby. And she texted me today and she was like, I'm afraid I'm going to get deported. This is the only country I've known. Or DACA students, this is the only country they're known. And so today, many people woke up afraid for the security of their future when this is the only country that they've known, and they have given so much to this country. And that is why so many on the left right now are one of the many reasons why we're distraught about the Trump win.
David, I mean, there were a lot of very conservative Republicans who negotiated this bipartisan deal, $650 million more for border wall. It was going to have more judges. Obviously, the former president put a kibosh on that. Do you think a larger, comprehensive border deal is possible?
This David or that?
No, this David.
Shit, I was hoping it was for him. Listen, I don't know if a larger deal is possible because comprehensive immigration reform is incredibly difficult. I worked on comprehensive immigration reform in the Bush administration. When you start really crunching numbers, labor wants one thing, conservatives want one thing, SEIU wants something else. It's great, nice big concept. When you really get down to the brass tacks, it is very, very difficult to hone in on. I know they had a bill that everyone said they agreed on, but it wasn't even close.
David, I mean, in the Obama administration, you actually did.
Yeah, in 2013, and it got a healthy majority. I think 67, 68 votes in the United States Senate, and then the Republican Speaker of the House wouldn't take the bill up, which was a missed opportunity.
The Obama administration did deportations early on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, and it was focused on people who had committed crimes, who had criminal records. But as Ashley points out, when you talk about the 10 million people who are here, many of them for many, many years, who are sort of pillars of their community, by the way, paying taxes and Social Security, but not getting it or not being entitled to it. The amount of disruption, I don't know how you execute it, first of all. I mean, anything on that scale. And I think, we'll see whether he attempts it. If he attempts it, it will be incredibly disruptive. But it's something that sounds great in a campaign. And he wanted to really hit that bell hard. Now reality is here, and we'll see if he actually acts on it.
Yeah, but some of the other things are being discussed there. Tariffs are in place now. The Biden administration didn't lift the tariffs on China. So, we're kind of boohooing tariffs, but they work, and they're a negotiating tool. Ukraine, we talked about this during the break. What does success look like in Ukraine? I don't know if President Zelensky can answer that, but this president wants to be a good steward of our Americans' taxpayer dollars. And unless President Zelensky can define what it looks like, how are we expected to define what success looks like in Ukraine? And should we continue to fund billions and billions of dollars send it to to Ukraine when they don't even know what it looks like?
First of all,
what's the answer?
a couple of things just on the tariffs. There's one thing about targeted tariffs are one thing. Broad tariffs on everything that comes into the country from every country in the world is a completely different
but
thing.
I'm not sure that's what he's talking about.
No, that is what he's talking about. That's what he said. Go back and listen to the video. And then on the issue of Ukraine, the question is that, what are the terms of the negotiations, and are you going to force on Ukraine Vladimir Putin's terms? And if people are suspicious that that might happen, maybe it has to do with the fact that Trump 7 times since he left the presidency has been in touch with Putin and has been fundamentally, he called the invasion genius in the first place. So if I were Ukraine, I'd be very nervous about that.
So what's the basis? So why do you think that President Trump would favor the Russians?
Why do I think that? Why would I think that he would
just
favor the
asking.
Russians?
I'm saying,
Did you see the story this morning in the Post? The Russians were celebrating his election.
So actually, sound like Bob Woodward here, saying like he talked. I know that he's talked to him. There's a conspiracy that he's being blackmailed. I
didn't say that. I said
I understand. But so why do you think that at the end of the day that he's not going to say, I want to support a democracy in Europe? The Ukrainians, I'm going to take their stand. We're going to negotiate this out. I want to stop the bloodshed. I want to stop the just billions of dollars going to.
He's been asked, and he hasn't answered who he wants to win the war. He also,
define winning again. That's what I'm asking. Define winning.
That Ukraine could stand, and that Russia invasion would be backtracked, and that they wouldn't get territory.
But that's not going to happen, actually.
But to David's point, are you going to be negotiating on behalf of Vladimir Putin when you go to Ukraine? And you just said, like, how do you know there's some? I mean, we just learned he sent COVID tests to him during the height of the pandemic. Like, there is a relationship there. We should acknowledge it, and we can be skeptical of.
All right, still ahead, Donald Trump's commanding victory, sending shockwaves around the world. CNN's Fareed Zakaria weighs in on that next. America's allies and enemies alike are reacting to Donald Trump's return to the world stage. The president-elect getting congratulatory calls from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Ukraine's president, the Chinese president. Welcome back to Election Night in America continued. I want to go to CNN's Fareed Zakaria to talk about the world reacting. Fareed, what has been standing out to you in terms of what we've seen over the last 24 hours?
Well, what you could expect, everyone is racing to congratulate Trump. But in general, when you look at the surround, I'd say Europe is depressed. The Gulf states, the rich Gulf states in the Middle East are elated. China is anxious. India is happy, pleased. And Russia is probably rejoicing. So it's a mixture of reactions because each one is trying to gauge what this means for them. But the broader question I think everyone is asking themselves is the United States in this new dispensation, is the United States going to be out for just itself? Or does Trump see America as the leader of the free world? Does he see America as the force that helps create a certain kind of international order, not simply every nation narrowly pursuing its own interests, the dictators doing well when they can, other countries doing well when they can, but a world based on, a certain degree of openness, freedom, liberty, rules. That has been America's historic role since 1945. And what they're trying to get a sense of is, are we in a new era completely? Has the post-1945 American-led international system finally begun to see, the twilight of its existence?
Trump suggested, during the campaign to Arab and Muslim American voters that he'd end Israel's war in Gaza. He's also said that Israel should, in his words, finish the job. He obviously has a closer relationship with Netanyahu than Joe Biden did, or perhaps a friendlier relationship. Do you think Netanyahu gets a blank check from Trump?
I think Netanyahu gets a blank check from Trump on things like Gaza. I don't think Trump particularly cares about, he's not going to bring up the kinds of issues that Joe Biden was bringing up in terms of the level of damage and of the buildings, and do you have to go after, certain areas? Are you providing enough humanitarian assistance? That doesn't feel like Trump's style. In fact, he said several times, Israel just has to finish the job. It's worth pointing out that half of Israel disagrees with Trump on that issue. There's a very clear, perhaps 50% of Israel that wants a ceasefire, is not happy with Netanyahu's and his prosecution of the war. But be that as it may, there's a broader issue, which is Israel's pursuit of the war in the north with Hezbollah and Iran. And I think there, the Trump administration will be supportive. And frankly, Israel has reestablished a kind of deterrence in the north there against Iran, against Hezbollah, and showed them to be much weaker than they are. So I think that is an area where actually there might be continuity. The Biden administration has been very comfortable with Iran taking the battle to, with Israel taking the battle to Iran, taking the battle to Hezbollah, reestablishing deterrence. And I think the Trump administration was likely to continue that.
Trump has also said he'd end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours. You pair that with, either, I don't know if it's admiration for, he has expressed admiration for Vladimir Putin. What do you think that means for Ukraine?
Again, I think it gets back to the issue that we began the conversation with. Yes, there's a possibility for a deal in Ukraine. The war cannot and should not go on forever. But does Trump view this as being a kind of broker between two equal parties of equal value, and he's just trying to cut a deal? He's sort of the real estate broker trying to make it happen. Or does he see himself on the side of the free world, on the side of the rule-based international order, trying to make sure that Russia's complete and flagrant violation of those rules, its naked aggression, is not rewarded? Now, that doesn't mean that Russia will not be able to hold on to some of the territory it has. There's a reality there that you can't get around. But perhaps it then means that you have to provide Ukraine with security guarantees, like NATO membership. And maybe there's a deal to be had. If the Ukrainians can be convinced that they will be secure in the future from further Russian aggression, maybe they can accept that they've lost 18% of their territory to Russia. But the core is that Trump has to see himself as part of an effort to stabilize, support, encourage the world's great liberal democracies, those countries anchored in the West, those countries that want freedom, and not simply see it as a deal between two equal parties, and he's just trying to be the broker who can boast at the end of it all that he got a deal. Because I think, as one of your earlier guests said, there's a deal to be had, which is you just accept the Russian terms, force the Ukrainians to surrender, which I doubt that they would do, but blackmail them into accepting those terms. That's not peace. That's surrender.
Fareed Zakaria, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much. Coming next, we're going to dive deeper on some of those exit polls. Still a lot to learn about exactly what happened over the last 48 hours, particularly among Latino men. We'll be looking at that ahead.
And we're back in the CNN Election Center breaking down how Donald Trump pulled off his presidential victory and what he is going to do with his renewed power. Let's bring in CNN's David Chalian for another look at our exit polling. And David, you've been doing a deeper dive on the exit polls when it comes to Latino voters. Tell us what you found.
Yeah, among Latino voters overall in this election, Jake, they make up 12% of the electorate. And what you see here, Kamala Harris wins 52% of Latino voters to Donald Trump's 46%, a 6-point margin of victory with that group of voters. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Latinos by 33 points. So a 27-point swing in terms of the margin towards Trump. Take a look among Latino men. 6% of the electorate, a small slice. Donald Trump's number is at 55%. So he wins Latino men. His number 4 years ago among Latino men, 36%. He increased his share by 19 percentage points among Latino men. Latinas, female, 6% share. Harris wins them 60% to Trump's 38%. And when you look at Latino voters aged 18 to 29, young Latino voters, okay, very small slice, 3% of the electorate, Harris wins them barely, 49% to 47%, 2 points. Joe Biden won young Latinos 4 years ago by 41 points, Jake.
Fascinating stuff. So thank you, David. Joining the conversation right now, Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez of Florida. Congressman, good to see you. Congratulations on your re-election campaign. Trump increased his margins with Latino voters by double digits, beating even George W. Bush's 2004 margins. Why do you think that is? Do you think it was specifically the economic message?
I think a lot of it had to do with the same issues that affect all Americans. Look, in my district, Hillary Clinton won my district in 16 by 16 points. Joe Biden lost it by 5. That means President Trump increased, shifted that over 21 points. And then yesterday, he won it by 20 points. And so we've been seeing this shift to the right, especially here in Florida, of Hispanic voters, because I believe that the Republican Party and the message of the Republican Party is more aligned with the values of Hispanic voters than the Democrat Party. And we have so many people here also that were fleeing dictatorships, socialism, etc. Myself, I came from Cuba when I was 6, fleeing communism, and you had a candidate that was to the left of Bernie Sanders, who is a self-proclaimed socialist. And so a lot of different factors, but a lot of them have to do, the same factors, the economy, what's happening at the border, gas prices, our standing in the world, all of that. Hispanic voters are going to be pretty much aligned with the rest of America.
Hey, Congressman, it's Dana Bash. Hope you're doing well. Congrats again. One of the things that Donald Trump has been talking about on the campaign trail is economic policy. And we've heard a lot about tariffs, but he's also talked about ending taxes on tips, ending taxes on overtime. At the end of his campaign, he talked about a tax credit for people who had to have child care or at least care for their parents. How realistic do you think getting these things through the Congress is going to be?
Well, I think we're talking about revenue loss for the federal government, but we also need to talk about revenue increases. And I know that he wants to tap into our natural resources, especially oil and gas, and make us not only energy independent, but make us energy dominant around the world. And I certainly think that that's a good way to start funding these losses of revenue. We can't continue to increase our deficit, and so I'm interested to see what the final plan is all about and how we're going to balance our budget in the long run, because we're piling on way too much debt for our children and our grandchildren, and it's a matter of national security when our interest payments on that debt is now exceeding our Defense Department expenditures. And so again, I want to see what his plan's all about, but I know that he has plans to increase our revenue. And I think that's something we should be doing too, looking more at how can we increase revenue. Also, regulations. We've got way too much regulation. We need to start reducing the cost of regulation, which I think will then also incentivize the economy. And when you do that, you're going to get more revenue into the coffers and the ability to pay for some of these programs that he wants to initiate.
Congressman Chris Wallace here. The president-elect, has pledged to launch the largest deportation in history. He's talked about deporting millions of people in this country illegally. First of all, do you support that? And if so, how would that be carried out without causing tremendous disruption in this country?
Well, I think what you have to do is, look, we've got over 10 million illegal immigrants that have been allowed into this country or in this country in the last 3 or 4 years. I think that's very, very disruptive to our economy and to our country right now. And so, look, we have to follow the law. Number one, they have to have their due process. We have to hire additional hearing judges to give those folks their due process rights. Those that have valid asylum claims will be able to stay in the country because that's what the law says. And those that don't are going to have to be deported back to their country of origin because that's what the law says. We need to follow the law. And so, look, as an immigrant, I'm You know, I'm an immigrant myself. If you have a valid claim, you're able to stay. If you don't, you're going to have to be deported. We just have to follow the law. That's what we needed to do in the first place. Joe Biden allowed, parole on a mass scale, and it should have never been allowed on a mass scale. It needs to be allowed on a case-by-case basis. In my estimation, this Biden-Harris administration broke the law by allowing all these folks to come in on a mass parole basis, and that's what's causing the chaos inside our country.
Congressman Audie Cornish here. I wanted to ask you about something pretty fundamental to the immigration conversation, which is that Donald Trump has talked about ending birthright citizenship in the future. You talked about coming here as a toddler. I know I did. Do you think that's something he has a mandate to do now?
I think that question was already settled back, I believe, in 1898 or something like that, where there is birthright citizenship, and so that's not something that I'm prepared to support. It's been part of the American way for over a century, and I don't think we need to to touch it at this point.
Congressman Jake Tapper, thanks so much. Really appreciate it, and congratulations again on that victory you eked out, barely winning with a 29 percentage point gap between you and your Democratic opponent. Thanks so much. Coming up next, the top
thank you. I was sweating it out.
Coming up next, the top takeaways on this monumental election and how the country moves forward in the coming weeks and the next 4 years. Stay with us.
I don't know. Bill Gates is very... Donald Trump's presidential victory sealed. His second inauguration is now about 2.5 months away. Back with the team. David Axelrod, I want to start with you. I mean, as somebody who was the chief strategist on 2 winning presidential campaigns for Barack Obama, how do you see this, where the Democratic Party is now?
Well, look, the Democratic Party can react in 2 ways. It can react with rage, with what happened, and I think there will be some of that because of how provocative Trump has been and how destructive in some ways. But the real question is, why did the party fail to connect with so many working class voters, white, black, and Hispanic? And I think there needs to be a real discussion within the Democratic Party about the way forward, about what went wrong. And
who has that discussion? I mean, who?
Well, I think you're going to see it. First of all, I think there was going to be a call among members of Congress in the next day. I think that's where it's going to begin. But I think you're going to see a lot of governors step up and start leading that discussion. Ultimately, it's a candidate for national office who helps define the party, and that comes through a primary process. And some of this may be litigated through that. But there is no doubt about it. You can't be the party of working people if working people don't feel they're connected to you.
What do you think, Ashley?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with it. We need to have a conversation within our party. I do want to give some respect to the folks who just worked their tail off, not just in 107 days, but they were working on the campaign for Biden. A lot of the staff transitioned over. And it's hard to lose, right? And so have a little compassion for folks. We aren't going to have all the answers about what went wrong today. And I think it's important not to rush to conclusions, to talk to people and have conversations. But I also think, I agree the primary will help, but we cannot wait for a primary. Right. We have midterms coming up in 2 years. We need to be going into communities and battleground states where we're going to have contested Senate races, House races, and start having conversations in communities now and really building our state parties and community infrastructure so that we never find ourselves in this place again.
I think the Democratic Party, you're right, it is hard to lose. Republicans went through this after 2012. And I think about the condition of the Democratic Party. It's been almost fully oriented around Trump for a decade. I mean, look and look at Biden. I mean, his basic campaign promise initially was to rid the country of Trump and Trumpism. And as he leaves office, Trumpism, and the MAGA movement is stronger than ever. So not only are you just dealing with the wreckage of having lost an election, you're dealing with the total failure of the project of the current president as he set it out when he got elected in the first place. I think part of the answers that you all are seeking are more than just tactical.
I agree.
So some of it is, what are we? Who are we?
What do we stand for?
What do we stand for? And, I think both parties go through this after these kinds of losses. But when you look at how Biden is leaving, the very thing he vowed to rid us of is now the ascendant political movement in this country. It's got to be a pretty demoralizing feeling.
In a stronger position than ever
He's
before.
never been stronger. He's never been more popular, and he's never been in a stronger political position to execute.
Can I just say one thing about that? One of the questions is, you know, he talked last night about the mandate that he has. What does he think that mandate means? What is he going to do with that mandate? Because if he thinks it's a mandate for him to punish his enemies and do some of the things that he talked about that I think really weren't endorsed by voters, they endorsed him because they thought he might make our lives better. And if he focuses on that, he'll be successful. Yes. If he indulges his instinct to punish people and to divide people, I think it's going to go badly for him. And I think the Democrats, it may temporarily solve their problem in 2026.
Yeah, the tough part is when you win, you got to deliver, right? So prices have to come down. The wars have to end. Immigration has to be fixed. There are big things that need to occur, and people want to see those occur quickly. And it'll be interesting to see, Axe, I was just asking this question, who's going to emerge in the Democratic Party as the voice, right? Is it going to be someone conservative who kind of takes the Democratic Party to maybe center-right, or where the, a lot of these working class folks are, or is it going to be someone center-left, where we kind of saw this last campaign?
Or maybe there's a completely different paradigm that's very focused on the lives of people and not on some of the kind of debates that we've had in the past. One good thing for your guy, though, now, all guys, I guess, because he's going to be the president of the United States, for the second straight time, he's going to be inheriting an economy that actually is improving, and he'll be able to take credit for it. So
let's hope it keeps improving.
That was a plug for your
our boss.
Let's hope it keeps improving.
Might be debatable, but on the I agree with you. For Trump, it's delivering on the promises that people voted for, and for Democrats, I think they have to make a decision about whether they are going to stand for things or whether they're just going to stand against Trump. I think the Harris strategy was just, we're not Trump. And if that continues to be the beating heart of the party, I think it's going to feel a little empty to people. Like, what are you giving me other than you're not Trump? There's more to governing than not being Trump.
I don't think that it was all we're not Trump. It was also, we've got to do things about the fundamental things that are ailing people in their lives. So the cost of things, the cost of health care for seniors, the cost of, or the ability to get loans if you want to open up a small business. She had ideas that were very prescriptive. The problem is that there's 40 years of history in which people in these communities feel as if they've been, the field has been tilted against them. And you can't show up late and say,
I agree.
This is where
I think the one thing I agree with, we have to build trust with people again. Even people who supported Kamala Harris. A lot of times, Black voters feel like we show up for the Democratic Party and there isn't a lot that is delivered for our benefit. And I think, writ large, the voting bloc that did not support Kamala Harris, she inherited that distrust. I'll just also say to David, I think he has to deliver, but I think the way he delivers also matters.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Stay with CNN for continuing coverage of the historic election results and all the day's news. We'll be right back.